frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promised it's you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be
body rock. Yeah.
I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promised it's you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time, memories stuck in mine. Never believed I'd start again, that our search was at its end. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say that you will. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. The night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely. tribal styles. No tribal styles. No tribal
body rock.
Welcome everyone to the Wild Rift European Championship. We're here for another week of amazing action after what wasn't a really exciting previous week. We're heading into the lower bracket to find out which teams are going to keep themselves alive in the competition. But of course, last week we saw a huge amount of action with Na'Vi taking on Entropic. Definitely looked like Entropic had their number a little bit, but Na'Vi came back swinging. And after a very, very intense first game, they absolutely dominated the series from then on out. Not to say that Entropic didn't put up a fight. As you can see in this game, they absolutely did. But when it mattered most, Na'Vi stepped up and they managed to get the win. Following that, we saw Formulation taking on their team on the other side of the bracket, and you can see now pushing down the mid lane. They were absolutely able to dominate their matchup too and take down the Nexus. Moving on, we saw Control take on Team Dark, and Control unfortunately unable to match the might of Team Dark coming into this matchup. And much to Hell's Devils' absolute dismay, Team Dark were able to take that 2-0.
Right game, squad. EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round.
Welcome everybody to the Wild Rift European Championship. I'm Excoundrel, joined by Hell's Devil and Stuart here on the broadcast today, and we have got an absolutely amazing show coming your way. We've got two really important matches in the lower bracket, guys. And first of all, just, before we get into it, what an amazing week we had last week. We had some really intense games, and unfortunately, Hell's not able to see Control take down Team Dark, but we will see them have their second shot here this week.
Oh yeah, man. You know me. I love KTRL. It's one of my favorite teams in Europe right now, and I really want to see them win this week. And as you said, these are their last chances. If you lose now, it's over for this month.
Absolutely. And you know what? Let's take a look at where we are in the bracket. You can see here is the upper bracket, Zero Zone. Going up against Viv, we have Game Lord versus Queso, which will be happening this weekend as well. WREC's GG versus Navi, and Formulation versus Team Dark at the bottom of the bracket. But today is the lower bracket. Let's take a look at where we are on that lower bracket and kind of dive into detail in what we're going to be seeing over the course of the next couple of days. Weigers versus Principality and Aphelion versus Supremacy. Those are the games that you'll be seeing today. And then following that, we'll have Blows Gaming versus Entropic and Muji versus Control tomorrow. But of course, let's start off with that first matchup then, gentlemen. It is going to be Weigers versus... just completely mind blank again. Guys,
Principality.
help me out. Principality. I don't know what's going on with my brain. Weigers versus Principality. I mean, I think Weigers coming as the favorite for me, Stuart, but what do you think of that matchup?
Yeah, I think definitely Weigers coming in as the favourite, but Principality as well. Obviously, in the first round, all these teams lost 2-0, so we haven't really seen too much from these teams, so they're going to be looking to try and bounce back. And as Hell said, it's their last chance now. They have to put everything on the line in these matches and try and come out on top.
And Hells, obviously, we have the matchup after that. What do you make of that second game of the day?
Yeah, Aphelion against Supremacy. I'm going for Supremacy, and let's take a look at what you guys think about it too, going into the predictions, because I feel like the predictions are going to be quite similar. You know, we can... Oh yeah, we have all 5 as well. So it's
I know. That's pretty fancy.
Yeah.
That's pretty fancy. We've leveled up here on the Wild Rift European Championship. Okay, so you can see across the board, everyone is the same apart from Carmeline. But because of course Carmeline votes with her heart most of the time, has to support Blows Gaming too. But mostly thinking both Weigers and Supremacy, I think, going to be taking the matchups today, guys.
Yeah, and the thing is though, both these teams, we can't really tell too much how good they are, because both of them were up against a really strong team, right? Weigers facing up against Zero Zone, Principality up against Viv Esports. These are both incredibly good teams that they were facing up against. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how both teams that lost 2-0 against these powerhouse teams that are going to be facing up against each other today.
Absolutely. And of course, we have some things to talk about this week too. Hells, I think we're going to be saying goodbye to Stuart for the time being. We're going to sort of wave goodbye to our man, and we'll see him a little bit later on. But Hells, I kind of want to discuss some of the big headlines for Wild Rift, as well as its impact on esports coming into this particular weekend. And of course, the first one is that annoying cat, Yumi. She has been unlocked.
Oh god, you said it already, the annoying cat Yumi. And although Yumi is not broken, you know, we know that a lot of champions that upon release, they may be a little too good or something like that, but Yumi is quite balanced. But I still feel like some of the teams are going to be bringing her out in some sort of way, because Yumi, oh god, it's the funneling champion. And if Lulu wasn't enough already, now we have Yumi as well. So are we gonna see the crazy, as Stuart uploaded on his YouTube channel today, Garen Yumi combinations, or Jax Yumi, or, you know, are we gonna see these crazy combos? What do you think, Excalibur?
Well, I think Garen Yumi is very competitively viable. I think there are a lot of really interesting things. We saw over in Southeast Asia yesterday or today, the Yumi top funneling Jax in the jungle, which is going to be a really interesting thing if that gets brought out on the European side of things. But, you know, she's available. She is strong. I think she works in certain compositions, Hells, but I'm not entirely certain how that's going to play out. But of course, some competitive picks that we still need to keep our eyes out for. People like Morgana, people like Jace, Hells.
Yeah, Morgana did get a nerf, especially her ultimate in the late game. Jace got a nerf as well, right? We know the last patch was kind of focused on the competitive picks, like the Jace and the Morgana, but they're still going to be picked. Jace is still fine. His hammer form didn't get nerfed, and I'm sure many players will be prioritizing the Jace. And Seth as well, he got a pretty substantial nerf, but yet again, still good. These champions are all still going to be good, and are still going to be perhaps a priority pick as well in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think these are the champions that, despite getting the nerf hammer, still remain competitively viable, still offer things to the team that are very difficult to replace. I'm very excited to see if anything's been shaken up for this week of Wild Rift European Championships. But of course, before we get into that, we have an interview. Stuart standing by with the head coach of Team Queso, I believe, ready to have a chat.
Thank you very much, Egg Scoundrel. I'm indeed joined by LK. LK, how are you doing? How's the team feeling as well for Sunday's matchup against Game Lord? I'm not too sure if I can hear him myself, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll get that sorted shortly. unfortunately can't hear him at all. Back to the casters. Hopefully we'll sort out in a second.
I think we have had this happen a couple of times. We're not hitting interviews quite well here, but of course, hopefully we get it sorted ASAP. End of the day, when you're doing a remote production like this, there's loads of things that can go wrong. But hopefully, we'll get him connected and back on the interview line with Stuart so that we can have a chat to him and also chat about the upcoming game with Team Queso and Game Lord, which I think really is the headline game of the weekend here, Hells. That's the one that most people are excited about, most people are talking about heading into this weekend of competition.
I mean, yeah, definitely, right? Game Lord being the best team right now, known to be the best team right now. Although I feel like there is some competition to that, right? WREC and Queso. So that day, that matchup is gonna show whether or not they are truly better than Team Queso. Because we know that Team Queso is really powerful as well, but it's a newer team. So a new, really powerful team against an existing, knowingly powerful team. So yeah, enough about this. Let's hop into the interview again.
Thanks very much. Hopefully, LK, can you hear me now? Are you all good?
Hello there.
Yeah, hello.
Okay. Can you hear me very well there?
Yeah, all good. I can hear you perfectly fine. Hopefully you can hear me.
I was trying to fix the frame and the light, and it suddenly started. So sorry.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Obviously, for yourself, Team Queso, we heard Xscoundrel and Hells a little bit talk about it, but you will be facing off against Game Lord this weekend on Sunday. How's you and the team feeling about the matchup this weekend?
Honestly, we're feeling pretty excited. We have been preparing very hard for this Sunday's match. I think it's going to be a really interesting one and a really fun to see one. So, yeah, very excited.
Awesome. We saw a little bit in Purge as well. You were going for some interesting strategies, I could say, in Purge. Was it something that you planned or just something that was just kind of to lay low a little bit, not showing Game Lord anything in them tournaments?
I feel every single time that we play, we're trying our hardest, and we're just giving our best to win, even in Purge or whatever. So.
That's fair enough. And for the next matchup, we got two Spanish organizations coming up against each other. Weigers against Principality. Any predictions going into that one? Who do you think is going to come out on top?
I think both are great teams. Weigers has been showing a little bit more promise in the last couple of months. So I'm guessing that they're going to be able to pull it to the top.
Awesome stuff. Thank you again, LK, for joining for this interview. Good luck on Sunday as well. Back to the casters to get us into the first game.
Yes, thank you so much, Stu. And of course, as he said, Weigers versus Principality will be our first matchup of the day. Two Spanish organizations, two organizations that have, as Elke said, kind of showing a lot of promise. And I think most of us consider Weigers to have that slight edge, reflected in what we heard from Esther there as well.
Yeah, definitely. Weigers seems to have a bit of the edge. And let's take a look at the rosters for both teams right now to check out it's still the same.
I'm sure they haven't changed a huge amount. You can see over on the Weigers side, Extrem, Fowler, Michele, Zero and Round. And over on Principality, Sensei, Amy, Blaster, Jesu, and Luis Mavado. Now, I think most recognizable names over on Weigers you probably have seen if you're playing high-elo solo queue Fowler and Michele playing on the solo queue ladder, so you'll probably recognize a couple of names, whereas Principality, definitely more unknown. But again, that sometimes comes with its advantages too.
That comes with the advantage too, and that's why I was talking about Team Queso as well, right? With these new players like Joey Skax and Methonaut. Same goes for Principality. We don't really know too much about the players. That's where the surprise comes from, right? That's where they can surprise their enemies with some crazy stuff, because just not much is known about them, Xscoundrel.
Absolutely. But before we get into this matchup, we do have Stuart on the sidelines ready to chat you through some of the most important things to remember heading into this game.
Excalibur couldn't get rid of me for too long, unfortunately. So I'm back with the key points of this one, and it is the Battle of Spain. We do have these two big Spanish organizations with a lot of backing as well, and they might be very familiar with each other as well. So it's going to be very interesting going into this first game. Now, looking at the picks and bans, both these teams really highly prioritize Camille and Galio going into the draft. Both these teams in their previous games had 100% pick or ban rate with these two champions. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on as well. But going into the game, it's all about that mid lane pressure. With the first game of these two teams, they weren't really prioritizing mid lane pressure. They was playing more traditional AD carries. They were playing more of these interesting picks that weren't really prioritizing this mid lane pressure. So hopefully they get to adapt and kind of find their form as well into this first series. But really looking forward to this one. It's going to be an exciting one. Back to Excalibur and Hells to get us ready for game number 1.
Cheers, Stu. Yeah, again, lots to look forward to in this matchup. And I do think, that jungle mid duo of Weigers, probably the most recognizable and probably the most experienced players on that roster. They should be the ones having the impact, driving that mid lane pressure. We have seen a lot of different styles of strategy kind of emerge over the last few weeks here, Hells, in Wild Rift Esports. Me and you both analyzed what was the most ridiculous game of North American Wild Rift that we've ever seen. But I'm excited to see how strategies evolve and things change as that meta shifts as well, because I think the addition of new champions like Yuumi will potentially change up that draft phase.
Yeah, we didn't see Yuumi in NA, and we both know we saw a lot of Corki in NA. Corki was basically 100% pick and ban. Well, we haven't seen it too much in Europe. It's just very interesting to see these kinds of different types of metas. And honestly, I kind of feel like some of these teams might adopt some of the metas that NA has been doing, right? The Corki gameplay and stuff like that. Although I don't really want to see it. Like, I don't want to see 8 Black Cleavers in one game, but maybe we will. Maybe we will.
I know, you had a particular thing about seeing more than one Black Cleaver on a team. Look, guys, I did try to talk to Hells about the benefits, but Hells is like, nah, mate, I can't even begin to handle it.
Maximum 2.
Any kind of predictions about picks that we might see in this series then, knowing what we've seen from Weigers and Principality before? Things like the Lee Sin might be good. That's something that Fowler plays a decent amount. Any picks that you think might be super relevant here?
Well, definitely Lee Sin and a Camille. I feel like Camille is going to be a priority pick with these two teams. And as Stuart mentioned, the Gallia. We've seen these kinds of picks come through a lot from these different types of teams. And they've also been playing some AD carries as well. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, because they may change it up all the way, because obviously it didn't work because they both lost 0-2, or they go back to their traditional pick. So I don't really know, honestly, besides the Camille and the Lee Sin, really.
Yeah, I think Camille, Lee Sin. I think obviously our normal picks that we expect to still see be relevant, things like the Fiora, maybe even see some prioritization on things like Renekton and Garen as well. Those are two, as we talked about last week, AD bruises haven't really gone anywhere in the last patch. They're still going to be really, really popular. So expect to see those kind of picks dominate on the Baron lane side of things. Interesting to see whether Jack's jungle continues to be as popular. Jack's jungle has been popular over in North America. We've even seen this week that Jack's jungle has, sprung up again in popularity in Southeast Asia. It really has been kind of like a running theme pick since the Horizon Cup, but actually Europe have not exploited it in the same way that some of the other regions have. So I'm excited to see whether that is something that bleeds into European European Wild Rift as well here, Hells.
Yeah, definitely, and especially with the addition of Yuumi, as we talked about, that may be an even better pick right now. And true, Jax got nerfed in the jungle, and I feel like it scared away a lot of players, because the nerf is quite substantial, but he's still good, and we've seen it. He's still really good even. He still scales beautifully into the lane. Even if played correctly around the pick, we've seen it succeed a lot in competitive. And again, we haven't seen it too much in Europe, but we definitely should, because it's really good.
Yeah, I think Jack's jungle, especially with the addition of Yuumi, potentially could. We have got a bit of a highlight package from last week, though, because we are waiting on picks and bans. So let's take a quick look back at what we can expect from these teams coming into this week.
Actually cleaning up low health targets. Oh, there goes the bandage toss. We'll talk about that later. There's 3 found with the Mega Inferno Bomb as well, and this is exactly, they make it look too easy. It's another triple kill.
To get the kill, and they're going to go in. That's the huge damage coming out from Fee on the Darius again as the stuns come through from Haru. That'll be the first kill going over onto Skal. Actually, this Aurelia starting to pop up as the healing going for them, and actually escapes. I can't believe isolated pick there for SE7. They say that they're going straight in. There's the ultimate. The silence works wonders as Bambu's trying to find his own space on the front line. It is Lobo as well. They're jumping in on him. That's a huge amount of damage as Randoms on the front line. A double kill for him. Double knockup for Clue. The rest of the team trying to follow up, but they can't.
Quick shot the way back onto the fountain, but it's not enough. Formulation are going to close this game out in their characteristic Galio bot style and take the 2-0 over Mood Gaming.
I am accidentally muted. That was completely my fault. Anyway, yes, so obviously talking about the Galio Camille that we saw previous week as well. And obviously we saw WREC. We're not going to talk about them a huge amount this week because obviously we're not seeing them, but WREC had their first showing of competitive Wild Rift this year, apart from outside in community tournaments, and they looked pretty good as well, Hells.
They looked really good, actually. Like, honestly, surprisingly good. Like, we already know that WREC is good. And yeah, enough about WREC. We're going to be heading into the picks and bans of this match right now, which is going to be Wigers up against Principality. And as I said, we don't really know what they're going to do. Are they going to stick to their old picks or are they going to do new picks? I want to see some new picks, Xcandro, because, yeah, obviously their old drafting didn't do too well for them. So what do we expect here? It's a hard question, but what do we expect?
Well, I still expect those normal bans to come through, things like the Fiora. Interesting that we're going to see the Garen ban. Maybe alludes to, well, no, Garen's good regardless, but maybe alludes to Yuumi, for instance, like Garen Yuumi. We don't want to see that getting played in competitive. So potentially that is already signs that Yuumi's having an impact on the meta in some way, shape or form, which I quite like because I like the Garen ban specifically because Garen is good in isolation. So, you know, maybe Yuumi's not worth the ban, but Garen actually is a relatively viable ban. There is the Lee Sin ban that we talked about, a bit of a Lee Sin priority. The Varus comes through as well, one of those very high priority AD carries in competitive right now.
Yeah, and especially Wigers banning out that Lee Sin. Lee Sin is basically the only counter to Camille. And there we see it. Like, we see the Galio ban, but Camille is still going to be open. I don't think Camille is going to make it through the banning phase, because when you ban down Lee Sin, Camille becomes much, much better because it's going to be hard to push her out of her ultimate. So, yeah, Fiora ban, as we talked about, we're just seeing these traditional bans, really, right? The kind of the expected bans, Varus, Galio, Fiora. I feel like both teams may not do something crazy. They may just go for the traditional good picks, Orianna, Diana, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Principality decides to ban last.
Yeah, I don't think Camille gets banned because the Camille Galio combo is gone, right? So now you're not as worried about that pick in isolation. It's the Olaf that gets taken away from Fowlin. Fowlin, a very, very good Olaf player, a little bit like Vex in the way that he does prioritize that as a decent pick in the jungle. But because these bans, there are some typical bans there, as you mentioned, Hells, but there are some atypical bans with the likes of the Olaf and Olaf and the Galio, and that's opened up for Jace, who has been pretty much banned consistently in the Wild Rift European Championship.
Yeah, and Jace, even though being nerfed, as we said, still a priority pick in competitive, he's just so powerful. And the beauty about Jace is really as well, these players got so incredibly good at Jace because he used to be broken. So they all, they've been practicing. So even though right now he may be balanced or just slightly better, these players are just so good at him, which makes it a good pick regardless. And Set is still good. He got nerfed so hard, but it's funny to see that he's still being first pick by these teams because he just provides so much for the team. He's just such a good pick, Xcandro.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we talked about in the ban phase. These champs would never have got through last week. Realistically, we didn't see much Set or Jace at all, but because this pick and ban phase has been adjusted so heavily, we're going to see a Gragas over on the side of Principality, which means that the flexibility of Gragas is still there. Support, jungle, obviously jungle did just get buffed. If anyone's watched Hell's Devil's video, you'll know that Gragas jungle has been buffed, and it'll be a Ziggs fresh lock-in here for Wigers.
Yeah, and I really like the picks from Wigers right there because they have the upfront damage coming from the Jace, and they also have the backline damage from the Ziggs. But the counter picks from Principality are also not bad because they have the Gragas, who has that ultimate, the big casket to bring the Ziggs to the team. They have the Set to do a full engage, and they have the Rakan to do a full engage. So they are responding to Wigers' composition right now. And I really like the draft that Principality has brought to us right now. And now they have a little more bans to find out some stuff they want. But honestly, right now, I feel like Principality has won the draft, Xcandro.
I quite like what they're banning away as well. They're banning away the Darius, which means with a sort of a low range, heavy melee comp that they've already stacked up here, they're saying, well, we're not going to give you that thing that is really good into us, which is obviously Darius. He has the free ability to stack up on stuff like the Set and the Gragas and even the low range of Rakan as well. So I like those bans. I am quite enjoying the Weiger's strategy as well, though. They're banning away the Orianna. They're trying to remove the consistent sources of range damage, because that's something that I would say that Principality are lacking right now. Yes, they have the tools to deal with the Ziggs and the Jace, but they're also lacking a consistent and solid damage source. So, things like the Orianna off the table, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a ban of another heavy AP champion that can be flexed to bot here, just to make it more difficult to draft something that offers consistent damage up here for Principality.
Yeah, exactly. Banning out the Orianna was kind of mandatory for them, because if Principality got the Orianna, as you mentioned, they would be able to rival Ziggs' damage, and you don't want that. You want to be able to tank up for your Ziggs, and I'm expecting somewhat of a tankier composition from Weigers, and that's also why we saw the Darius and the Renekton being banned out, because those champions can deal with the melee matchup, and they can tank it up. So we still see a Camille. Actually, it seems like they really want to be able to kill that Ziggs, because no one can escape Camille. They don't. Weigers doesn't have champions that can escape from the Camille. So I really like that pick as well. They're just really like, okay, Ziggs is not going to do anything. We're going to make sure that Ziggs cannot do anything. Yeah.
It's a very anti-Ziggs, draft. Like, Ziggs classically can fire bombs from range, but when you have the engaged potential of the Camille, love this though. Great answer in my opinion. Yeah, love it. It's a good way of disengaging Camille from the Ziggs. Like, you use that ultimate, you sweep her out of her Hextech ultimatum, and suddenly Ziggs can move again. So I quite like this from Weigers. It's a good adaptation, and obviously Xin Zhao is a great, solid jungle pick right now. Not S tier, not absolutely insane, but he's really serviceable, can do a good job in most situations.
Yeah, definitely. And this is what we talked about, the Diana as well. These are just champions that can sort of waste some time while the Ziggs is dealing a lot of damage, meanwhile dealing with the upfront melee champions that Principality has picked up until now. And now we need a powerful range champion for Principality, because they need it. They need the range. They have 4 melee champions right now, and let's see what they're going to be picking.
I feel like they need AP as well, though, because Gragas is your only AP source is going to be a little bit questionable, especially versus a Xin Zhao who can build a bit tanky. So you're probably looking at Corki. There we go. You talked about it, Hells. Corki is 80% magic damage. So 80% of the damage that Corki puts out is magic damage. So he does technically count as a magic damage source. Not as good as a traditional mage, clearly, but technically counts as a magic damage source, and it will be coming through. Very interested to see whether the build includes Black Cleaver, as that's been a very hot topic for a lot of Corki players over the last couple of weeks. But those are the drafts. Hells, what do you make of these two drafts? Who are you favoring heading into our first game?
Oh, it's hard. Honestly, it's hard. Weigers has a good response to the draft to Principality. Honestly, Principality doesn't have that much range, but they do have the engage. Then Weigers has the anti-engage. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna change it up. I'm going for Principality. I initially said that Weigers was gonna win, but because of this draft, Principality.
Sticking to your guns, I like it. I actually think Weiger's draft is really solid. I think I'm personally going to stick on Weiger's side. I think the Xin Zhao and the Diana with the Thresh are enough to create a distraction and a kind of a no-go zone for their backline versus Principality. So very much on the Weiger's camp. But this is good, Hells, because this means that we get to have a little bit of rivalry in game. We get to have a little bit of rivalry in game. Now, of course, you guys can get involved in Twitch chat. Who will win? Vote for the team that you want to win in Twitch chat and see which one comes out on top. It's absolutely going to be Weigers, though, 100% of the week. But of course, if you're favoring Hell's Devil's prediction, make sure you go and choose Principality too. We're going to be heading into game pretty shortly, I think, Hells. It's going to be an exciting one, I think.
It's going to be a really exciting one. Maybe we're finally going to start to get a really good series, because we haven't really had those, except for the Entropic Navi series. Pretty much everything was 2-0. I really just want to have a 2-1. I really want to have a close series. I want to see those long games, those 30-minute games, and I'm looking forward to this match, Scott.
Yeah, me too. I think we're in this stage of the tournament where these teams are relatively evenly matched. So we're going to be seeing teams that should, on paper, go the distance when it comes to these close series. But nonetheless, we're heading into game Weigers versus Principality. It's an elimination game. Loser goes home. So we're going to be seeing how they match up. And obviously, with all the stakes that have been opened up as well, it's really important that these teams get off on the right foot. I'm going to see Set mid 2. I really like that adaptation coming out from Principality. Set pretty good into other melee champions, so he's a bit like Darius. He's very good anti-melee type of champion, and he can probably bully out the Diana with relative ease. But of course, that does mean you're sacrificing your top lane just a little bit here, Sensei, on the Gragas, being forced to farm at range with that barrel. But that's one of the great things about Gragas, is that if you're in that situation where you're forced into a rough matchup, you can just farm with your barrel. You can kind of keep yourself at range for the most part. But it also now opens up a better jungle pick all round. I think Camille was probably the best jungle choice here for Amy. And that means we will see a Camille pick coming out of the jungle, which allows them to be a bit more flexible about where these ganks are happening, gives them a bit more gank presence as well than something like a Set or a Gragas. And I think in general, this is the best flex coming through. Hells, what do you make of these flexes with the Set mid and obviously then the Camille being put into the jungle?
Ooh, this is very interesting. This is what I love about Principality's composition as well, because they can flex however they like. Set in the mid lane though, perhaps good when you're facing up against the Diana, because when Diana goes all in, you can just counter her all in with Set's second ability, right? Because that's how it works.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good. He's very good anti-melee, right? Set will trade better with Diana in like shorter melee trades. Obviously can store damage up with the grit and just smack people in the face with the face breaker. So I think, or with the haymaker, I think in general that's a decent matchup for the Set here. I'm trying to work out what the end goal is. Like, is Principality's goal just like everyone barrel in on the Ziggs and hope that we kill him?
That's definitely that goal.
Yeah, that feels like the kind of the engaged prerogative of this composition. It's basically like Camille ult, Set ult into Camille ult, hope that you can maybe isolate with barrel and then use the Rakan CC as backup too.
And then you have the Corki package as well. They're incredibly powerful during these objectives. 4 minutes into the game, he's going to have his first package. And honestly, teamfight-wise, I feel like Wigers can really not do anything during the first Dragon, because when you're out, or during the first Dragon or Rift Herald, because when you fight up against in a 5 versus 5 against the Camille, Gragas, Set, and the Corki package, it's going to be a really, really rough one. And I feel like they may have to play around it and just give away an objective and go for the other one, because they're really not going to be able to win those early game teamfights, because the Ziggs just doesn't have that much damage yet.
Yeah, obviously he's going towards the, interestingly, the Rod of Ages build. Now, as the Ziggs connoisseur, what do you make of a Rod of Ages Ziggs build?
No, I don't like it. But obviously, these are pro players. There is an idea behind it. It skills very well into the late game, but perhaps he's going for it because he doesn't want to go for the Sapphire or the Archangel Staff anymore, because the Archangel Staff did get nerfed, although it's not quite a big nerf. So it seems like he's trying out a different kind of build where he goes for the Rod of Ages and then just full AP. And when he gets like 3 or 4 items, he's going to have a lot of damage. But is he going to be able to get to those items? That's the real question, because I feel like he cannot, especially if he goes for this build. Like, sure, he's going to finish off his Rod of Ages now, but it's not going to provide a lot of value during the first Dragon team fight.
Well, that's the point. That's the point I was going to make, and I'm really glad you raised it. This versus Ludens as a first item, right? Ludens provides a really good mid-game presence for a Ziggs, who classically needs that time to scale up. And especially with such an important Drake, in the form of a Infernal, you just feel like Ziggs' presence is going to be a bit dampened in this first team fight here, Hells, which is going to be maybe an issue for them. They're also waiting to get the Rod of Ages completed on the Diana. Hasn't yet come through. We have got the Black Cleaver picked up for Fowlin, so I would say the item advantages currently lie in favor of Wigers in terms of completed items right now.
Yeah, definitely. I was just going to say that as well. Even though Principality does have the better composition, they only have 1 finished item, which is only a Rod of Ages on the Gragas. How did this happen? And honestly, now Wigers can take the fight. They have the Umos Ghostblade, they have the Black Cleaver, they have the item advantage. So they are going to be much stronger in this team fight.
Yeah, just a little cautionary hook thrown out there by Round, and you can see Principality not keen to overcommit. They're going to reset the Dragon here. Maybe feeling confident around the Corki package to kind of just force this one out. Corki package to deny some time. They're actually using the Rakan as kind of like buying time in this situation. Can they get Fowlin into the pit? They're going in the Super Digger Method there. It's a huge steal. It is absolute decimation. That is disgusting from Wigers. They basically aced them in one go.
Wow, what happened? What happened, Excalibur? Amazing. They are all dead. They all just died instantly. And this is what I mean. Principality screwed up their engage. They screwed up the Corki package. And then with the item advantage, Wigers was able to do a counter engage, as we can see right here. And Oh my god, what a beautiful ultimate by the Ziggs. And then the Xin Zhao going and using his ultimate as well, pushing everyone away, dealing massive damage. And they were just all aced within like 7 seconds. What an absolutely insane fight that was from Weiger's example.
I totally understand what Principality were trying to do, right? Drop the Corki package, use your Rakan as like a way of stalling so that you can try and get the dragon and get out. Or maybe you sacrifice your Rakan, right? I understand what they were trying to do, but as we mentioned, they were down on item spikes. They were not in the correct position. They may get the jump here on this mid lane turret, so that might end up being first turret of the game here for Principality, which is nice. A good little comeback for them, but damn, man, they completely underestimated the wombo combo of Weiger's, and I think that's one of the problems that we talked about with this comp here. Hell, it's one of the major issues that we have with the comp is that, I say that, got to be a little careful. Going to get knocked up, locked up, and taken down. The Corki will pick up the kill here. Jesus will be happy to take that one away. We'll trade 1 for 1 at the end of the day, though. You can see that Jesus can't go past that explosive satchel, and he'll get locked into his death. So technically a 2 for 1 overall. Weigers are able to respond.
Yeah, Principality seems quite lost in this game, to be honest, because they're really not playing their composition correctly, because their whole composition is about the all-ins, getting to the Ziggs, and yeah, here we just get a random kill on the kill as well. Weigers is just running Principality over right now, hard invading the jungle, and it seems like Principality just really cannot do anything, and I feel like they're going to be diving the set as well here.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be trying to turn the heat up onto Principality now that they have this advantage. A nice use of the Lantern there to get Fallon out of a rough situation. Already you can see that Michaela is opening up into a split push, trying to exert pressure through the side lanes. Weigers probably have all of the wave clear they need in the mid with that Ziggs. So Ziggs can sit there and clear waves in mid lane, and they can allow their strong side lanes to continuously pressure out and push these waves in. You can see the set kind of left alone on an island, having to get the support of Louis, who is unfortunately a little bit cut off by Fallon right now. And I think that would be all she wrote for Blaster. He'll drop, and Fallon is able to buy enough time, gets out with the Lantern too, and despite the fact that Louis and Jesus is here, that turret really doesn't feel like it's going to last too long.
Yeah, Weigers is just really getting away with anything right now. As I said, they're running over Principality right here, and I feel like they're going to go for this Corki as well. They're just going to dive, they're going to go aggressive, and there it is.
Beautiful play as well. Stop that Valkyrie from getting too far, and Fallon will pick up another kill here. Beautiful stuff from Weigers. They are absolutely crushing it. Principality, unfortunately, just unable to contend right now. 10k gold lead at 8 minutes. We talked about these teams maybe being a bit closer, but it looks like Weigers have come to play this time round, and they are not letting Principality get away with anything.
Yeah, Weigers is 9,000 gold ahead, which is absolutely huge right now. And what I want to talk about, by the way, is I love how Principality is not picking up the Corki package yet, although now he should have picked it up. But I like that they didn't pick it up until this point, because you want to have it for the objectives, right? And the Rift Herald and the Dragon are going to be spawning very soon, and now the Corki has to go back and get that package. So they're ready for another fight. And this is really the beauty about Corki, because you can pretty much always win team fights, regardless of how behind you are. If you just have an amazing Corki package, you can still win a team fight example.
Oh, absolutely. But the only problem I have with the way that Principality are right now is that a lot of their damage is difficult to apply. They're going in for a dive, but they're bringing in the cavalry here. The Diana ultimate under tower, bought the shield, buying some time, and it is 2 versus 3, but low HP bars everywhere on Principality. Nothing they can do as Fallon goes in for that second engage, looking to get to the knock-up on Jesus. He should be able to find it. It's a triple kill. Will it be a quadra? It will! Fallon with a quadra kill on Xin Zhao.
And this is why you need the Corki package. Can you imagine what would have happened in this team fight if Corki actually had a package right there? Weigers is being left at such a low motivation, and the Gragas may get caught as well, but no, he doesn't. But I honestly don't quite understand why Jesus didn't go for that package right there. He had it ready in his base, and if he had taken that package, he may have been able to get some shutdowns in that team fight.
It's difficult, right? Because as a team, let's take a look back at that Hells. You can break this down for us a bit further.
Yeah, definitely. And Principality was looking for a pick right here because Rakan was coming, but they just didn't see that the Thresh was waiting for it as well. Bringing in Fallen too with beautiful Lantern. Just Principality was not ready for the counter engage, basically. They thought, yeah, let's go get some free kills. It was a good dive, but it was not a good dive regarding they didn't have a lot of vision on Weigers. And just Weigers really playing the game beautifully, knowing where to be around the map, knowing when to go for these when to go for these counter engages, and we're very likely going to be seeing them just rush down this dragon, and Principality can really not do anything about it.
I think Principality are trying to cross-map as much as feasibly possible right now, but as you mentioned, there isn't really much they can do. Rift Herald also in pocket of Weigers, so no major objectives being picked up by Principality. Louis drops the quickening to just try and escape from that, and you can see that Michele, he's been barely involved, sitting in a side lane for the majority of this game. You can see Fowlen almost takes down Sensei, who's the tank of the team, by the way, with that Rod of Ages and Barmy Cinder heading down a sort of tankier route. Zero is going to drop. It's an interesting drop of the Rift Herald, actually. Felt like they could have maybe got more value out of that, but nonetheless, Weiger's still in a commanding position.
Yeah, Weigers is just dropping the Rift Herald, trying to get that third with the Ziggs. Although, again, they didn't really get much for this Rift Herald. They could have gotten much more from it as well, but it is what it is for them. They're just doing what they can. As you can see, Michele is pushing the side waves as well. They're just making sure they're farming as efficiently as possible. And we can see that it's clearly working out for them as they're 13,000 gold ahead, only 11 minutes into the game. They're just absolutely rolling over Principality. And I want to talk about the item builds of Ziggs and Diana as well. Both of them, actually Diana even finishing up a third item right now, but both of them have the Rod of Ages and the Rabadon's Death Cap. They were able to get away with it in the early game, because that's what we talked about. Early game, it's weak, but now they got away with it in the early game, and they have the combination of Rabadon's Death Cap and the Rod of Ages. That's a lot of damage it's gonna do.
Well, I mean, Rod of Ages is technically the most gold-efficient AP item in the game, right? So once you give it that time to scale up, once you have it on board and it's kind of hit its maximum value, that is an absolutely insane win. You can see Michele now, unfortunately, baited into a 3 versus 1, uses that ultimate, but the Hextech ultimatum is there, and that will be a kill. I think that's the way the Principality have to operate right now. They have to operate on these small picks, looking for engages, but here comes Fowlen. There is the Super Mega Death Rocket as well. Fowlen uses the ultimate, gets suplexed back into the team. He actually helped him out there, and Fowlen now on a rampage with Zero, who picks up a kill himself. This Ziggs is now 4-0-5. Fowlen on the Xin Zhao is 8-0-5. Massive item spikes for these players too.
Massive powers, like we can just see that Weigers they're going for everything they can, right? It's true that Michele got caught out, he got caught out alone, and that is the way that Principality can really only operate this game right now, because any sort of team fight or skirmish is just not going to work in their favor, because they're so behind in gold. It's just, you have to go for these picks, you have to try to find a free kill, you have to go for those all-ins with the Corki packers, but it just hasn't worked for them up until now. And with the Baron spawning up as well, this is just going to be a disaster for Principality.
Yeah, they have to fight. They have to fight. And like I said earlier, the problem with the Principality comp is that unless your front line is strong enough to endure the storm so that Jesters can get the damage out, most of your damage for Principality is very difficult to apply. You know, melee champions that are behind feel incredibly weak, and the unfortunate thing about Principality is they are behind, and so therefore Sensei, Amy, and Blaster are going to feel like paper compared to the damage that Weigers are putting out with their composition. And when Justice is only at 2 items, he's really far behind. He's not at the item spikes that Corki needs to be to carry a game.
Yeah, he's a whole item behind, but yet again, we can see him not prioritizing that package. And honestly, I'm questioning this decision a little bit, because this is basically the only way they can win the game. Having an insane package, going through all of the enemies, dealing massive damage, and that's basically the only way that they can really win a team fight. And it's going to be very important for them for this Baron. And I feel like Weigers is going to put a lot of pressure on Principality this game as well, because they can just start off the Baron and force a team fight really, especially with the Thresh. Being able to lantern teammates right in the middle of the team fight, they have a really good composition to do that.
Absolutely, 100% agree with you there. What I would say though is that I don't want to be too harsh on Justice and too harsh on the prioritization of the package. Often teams will want to play those packages around objectives, and so therefore, like especially in the early game, you're usually seeing packages getting picked up on those timings that are around the dragons. This time and now when you're past that stage, it can be very difficult to know when the package is going to actually be useful, because obviously it's so telegraphed to the enemy when you've got package, right? So then if they're worried about you using it to their advantage, they might just not engage, you know, or stay away from you and just not let you use it to the fullest ability. So I feel a little bit bad for Justice, because he hasn't really had
he used it again.
Yeah, well, he had to, because it was running out of time, right?
Yeah.
But you know, I think like it's difficult for him to know when and where this package is actually going to get value.
Yeah, it's just, we've seen Weigers deal with it, and the way that they've dealt with it is they just caught out the Corki. They were constantly able to catch out Jesus on that Corki and basically force him to use that package defensively. Or they've made it so that it ran out of time, and then he had to use it because it ran out of time. Just Weigers really doing a very, very solid job, because yeah, they're not allowing them to get the Corki engage.
Very interesting build from the Ziggs. The Infinity Orb as a third item. It's obviously better versus low HP targets, but I always feel like, you know, Ziggs just benefits more from like traditional builds with the Void stuff involved quite early on as well. But nonetheless, Blaster suplexes back towards his own base to try and find some time. Haymaker comes out, but he will get dropped. Not before dealing a huge chunk of damage to the majority of the Wygers team, though.
Damage.
1,000 true damage. Massive hit from the Haymaker there, but it's enough to give Wygers the confidence to try and start this Baron.
Yeah, they're just gonna go for it, and they can just sweep it out as well, you know. And we can see Michele waiting there. He's gonna go on the Camille if he has to. As you can see, he's gonna engage. He's gonna make sure that they go in.
They're going in here, and Jace jumps in as well as a follow-up. Extreme hasn't really been seen this game, but he hasn't needed to. The rest of his team has done so well. The disengages come through, though. Flashes left, right, and center for Principality. But it's enough to stop them doing the Baron, which really feels like the main goal for Principality right now.
Yeah, indeed. They're just kind of delaying the inevitable, and maybe soon it's not going to be the inevitable again. And while we look at this replay, I just want to highlight on that 986 true damage from the set right there. He probably used a stone plate and just tanked up as much damage as he could, but that is huge. That shows some of the potential that the Principality composition has, and what we talked about during the draft, you know, being able to counter that huge burst heavy engage from Diana, because Seth can use his second ability to then boom, deal some true damage back to the enemy. And unfortunately, it hasn't worked too well for Principality right now, but perhaps some potential for them to win this game if they are able to get some more items.
Well, we can hope so. I mean, obviously, they have got some good late-game scaling champions, like the Corki, obviously the Camille, but it doesn't feel like they've got that much of a shot right now with Wygers just being that much further ahead. Those two big item spikes to deal with. Wygers now, without the Baron, though, they are struggling to actually get the push into the base. Even with the Ziggs, one of the best tower-taking champions in the game, they're struggling to actually find their opening. Though I say that, we are now starting to see that mid lane inhibitor turret get dropped. Ziggs just casually throwing in basic attacks as and where he can. It is now pretty low to going down, Hells.
Yeah, they do need the Baron, though. They're not going to be able to really push out too far. They may be able to get a turret or two, but they have to be careful of Principality's engage, because if they go a little too far, they can get caught by that explosive casket from Gragas.
They can. There is a hook. It is a flash and also a stasis to buy some time. They are trying to set up this fight. It's actually worked relatively well, but I just think the item spikes are too far in favor of Wygers. They're going to clean up Principality inside their own base. Fowlan just too difficult to deal with, too tanky, too much damage, and that will be 2 inhibitor towers dropping. 3 members dead from Principality, and you feel that the fate is inevitable. Wygers not going to risk it for the time being, but it is enough damage done to the base that's going to make it very difficult for Principality to come back.
Very, very difficult, and honestly, it's going to make it impossible to come back. Wygers can just start off the dragon right here. Camille got killed. They don't have a smite anymore. This is just going to be death for Principality, basically. Here we can see Principality actually with a good engage. They had a beautiful explosive casket, but it's too late. It's too late. They don't have the items. Level 15 Xin Shao running them down under the turret. Even with a Guardian Angel, you just cannot do anything against that. So even though it was a pretty good engage by Principality, it was a pretty good engage, they just cannot do anything about it. And here we see Corki with the package as well. There is an Elder Dragon up. There is an Elder Dragon, but yet again, Corki wasting that package, unfortunately. Just not going to be able to really provide much value in the next team fight as well.
He used it previously to stop the game being closed out, I think. He picked it up when there was only 2 members of his team left alive, thinking, well, I can maybe use this package to stop the Nexus dropping. But it does mean, as you've mentioned, that now there is no major tool for Principality to use around this Elder Dragon. And even if Principality were somehow able to get this Elder, it is an Elder with absolutely 0 dragons to back them up with. So it would not be the most effective Elder in the world either.
Yeah, but yeah, Elder is really powerful, but I feel like even if Principality got an Elder, but he's going...
Fowler going straight in. That's the killing spree now for Extreme. That is a great flash play into the Diana ultimate too. They are cleaning up Supremacy or Principality in their own base. And it'll be the Nexus that's starting to drop. You can see the Corki damage is starting to be a little bit difficult to deal with. That is a huge Haymaker too. They are trying to hold on, but they just can't quite find those finishing blows. They'll use the Baron to push in that final inhibitor turret, and now it's just a matter of time. Oh my god, that was a ridiculous amount of damage, and it's enough now to win the game for Wygers.
Wow, they absolutely dominated Principality right there. And honestly, in the beginning, we thought that Wygers was going to win, but this was crazy. This was crazy. They dominated. It just seemed like they were on a whole nother league compared to Principality.
Yeah, I mean, Weigers, I think, could have maybe been a bit more proactive. I feel like they were very risk averse that game. But of course, got to reiterate that this is elimination time for the Wild Rift European Championship. So being risk averse in this stage of the tournament, it probably isn't too bad. This is where it all went wrong, though. Principality on that first dragon, they just misplayed. And really, it feels like from this fight onwards, Hells, they never had a foot in the game.
It was really over after this fight because Weigers got ahead by like 4,000 gold after this fight, and it was really just Principality screwing up their engage. It was more of them screwing up their engage because they wasted the Corki package. Although the idea was good, they wasted it. Rakan wasted his ultimate, and after that you really don't have anything else to back your team up against that composition of Weigers that still had all of their ultimates available. They did a beautiful engage with the Xin Zhao, beautiful Ziggs ultimate, and it's over. They killed 4 people in 2 seconds, and then the team fight is over. They stole the dragon, and from that point on, it's not only just the game being ahead, it's also the mental advantage. Because obviously, right, if you're on the side of Principality, if you lose a team fight like that, lose the dragon and everything, the mental game is just gonna be like, we just lost it. It sucks.
It's going to be tough. It's tough to come back from this kind of situation. But honestly, Fowlen was the absolute MVP, I feel, for his team. Like on this Xin Zhao, just dominating the engages in the fights, being ridiculously tanky, huge damage output. And as we mentioned, and I think one of the problems that Principality had, and we might be able to get to see it in like the post-game stats if we get a chance to look at them, it's just that the ability to apply damage for them was so limited. Like when you're playing a melee comp that relies on people like Set and Camille to be your majority carries on the front line, it really feels like if you're not ahead, you suck. And in that situation, Principality, they got behind early, and it just felt like Camille and Set weren't doing as much as they could have been had the game been even or ahead. And we'll get a chance now to have a look at those damage numbers. The Set mid not working out massively, and then Blaster unfortunately got a real blasting in that game. But I'd love to take a look at the damage numbers here, Hells, because you probably have to see the difference in damage applied by both of these teams.
Yeah, wow, and I want to talk about the Xin Zhao, dealing 29.5 thousand damage, nearly the same damage as a Ziggs, who is a champion that basically always deals the most damage. Huge damage coming through from Fowlen, meanwhile also being able to tank up, so soaking up the most damage as well. Just Fowlen providing so much value for his team right there. And here we can see the game started out quite even up until the dragon fight. Up until the dragon fight that we talked about, that's where Weigers got ahead like 5,000 gold, and from there on it just snowballed throughout the whole game.
And I think, as you mentioned, that minute mark just before the 5 minutes threshold was really where things just went downhill for Principality. But silver lining, Hells, silver lining. Don't make that kind of mistake, and maybe you've got a better shot at taking on Weigers in the full stretch of a game. I think that was one of the problems that we felt, is that it was never really capable of coming back from that moment. But just don't do that again, and maybe things will play out differently in the next game. Let's take a look at the play of the game, though. Let's see what the I'm hoping it's that first dragon fight. It's got to be that first dragon fight, right? Like that was absolutely nutty.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the play of the game. The first dragon fight was the fight. Yeah, there it is. We see the Rakan going in, wasting all of his abilities, and then Weigers just took full advantage of that, just literally flashing into them and killing all of them. This is the ultimates that were being misused by Principality, and then the ultimates being perfectly used by Weigers, just absolutely dominating the team fight right there. It's gone.
Again, I totally understand what Principality were going for. They were looking to try and delay the engage so they could just like sneak the dragon and run away, but didn't work out. Flashes were up, the engage was quite strong with the Xin Zhao, and like you mentioned, that wombo combo in the dragon pit where everybody took the full damage from the Ziggs ultimate. That was quite difficult, I think, to come back from in that situation. Massive props to Weigers, though. They played it carefully, but they played it really well. Obviously now they're 1-0 up. After this, we've got another game coming your way, but for the time being, Principality still need to find their way back in. Hells, what do you think is the most important thing for Principality to turn around in this next game?
Ooh, what would be the most important thing? Honestly, just making the right calls, using your abilities correctly, because the really the way that they've lost this game is not using the Corki package well, not using the ultimates well, and getting behind because of that. I felt like their draft was also a bit questionable. The idea was good, but they just focused too much on one thing. They focused too much on going on the Ziggs, and although I like it a lot, I want to see a change into that. So enough about this, Alexander. We're going to be tossing it up to a small little break.
We will. We'll be going to a short break. We'll see you very soon. everybody, to the Wild Rift European Championships. I'm Scoundrel, joined by Hells. We are jumping into the second game of the Weigers versus Principality matchup. And I'm going to be honest with you, Weigers dominated that first game, but it feels like off the back of a single mistake from Principality, which I think is both good and bad, Hells, but good in the sense that there is course correction that can happen for Principality, right?
Yeah, definitely so. Even though it was seemingly an easy win, I feel like there was still an opportunity for Principality to actually win against Weigers, because I feel like indeed, just because of that one mistake, they were just completely thrown off the grid. They just completely lost the game. And if they draft a little differently, don't make that mistake again, and just play properly against Weigers, I feel like they do indeed have a chance to win up against that team.
Now, of course, as we always do before we head into our next game, we have our sideline analyst, Stuart, ready to talk through some of the key points from game one and also what he thinks will be really important going into game two.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. What an explosive first game we just saw. We saw in the draft as well, very interesting bans by Principality, not focusing on banning the Jace and Set, like what we saw before, and they wanted to trade the Jace for the Set instead. So it'd be really interesting to see if Principality will be on the red side again for this game, and what the red side bans will be for game number two. Going to the next one as well, we got the setups around the objectives. I know Scoundrel and Hells have talked about this a lot as well. Principality had the right idea. They tried to use the Corky package and the Regan to kind of zone out the members of Weigers so they could try and take the dragon, but they just weren't fast enough. And after you use all the engage and with the item advantage as well of Weigers, they were able to come out on top. And now Principality are on the back foot. It's their last chance now. They have to win this game to stay in the tournament. I want to see Principality be more proactive, try and make them plays, but make the plays as a team. It feels like in the first game they weren't on the same page. But going into this game, they need to be on the same page. They need to come with something drastic to try and keep themselves in this tournament. So that's my key points going into game number two. Back to Scoundrel and Hells. Get us into picks and bans for game number two.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Yeah, good analysis there. I think there has been some interesting drafting changes in this particular series. And as you mentioned, objective setup, especially when you don't have a team that is particularly good on the back foot, I think is really important for Principality here. Let's see what happens, though, as we head towards the picks and bans for this next series. Of course, Jace, Set, they are important, but I just feel like a very heavy melee draft from Principality can be relatively easily exploited. You know, the Weigers were very quick to be able to draft the Xin Zhao, which I think the Xin Zhao completely undid their comp, like completely undid their comp. It was a really good pick for Fowler.
Yeah, Principality a bit one-dimensional with their draft, because even though we were talking about it being good, Weigers had an ace up their sleeves, so just the Xin Zhao completely hard countering the whole idea really of the Principality composition. And I want them to be a bit more open and not be so one-dimensional during the draft, right? You have to counter everything. You cannot just focus on one champion and then not counter all the other four champions. And you know, during this draft, you can see the traditional bans again, the Fiora, the Varus, but I feel like they have to play around that Orianna and the Ziggs ban as well, because I feel like those are the real power picks for these two teams right now.
Yeah, I think the Ziggs especially proved huge for Weigers. The Varus and the Galio ban comes through. Here comes the Fiora once more. Weigers not going to give that Fiora up. The Jace as well, given they are on red side and don't want to give that over as the first pick on blue side. It's very similar, though, from Principality, targeting the same things with Michaela being a very strong Galio player. They are going to also get rid of the Olaf. They don't want to pick it themselves. I wonder whether Lee Sin remains a ban here on red side for Weigers, or whether that is not considered first pick worthy. Set will be the ban. So there we go. Neither Set nor Jace will be involved in this game.
Yeah, and those bans make a little bit more sense, because we saw in the last game, regardless of Principality being so down, if a champion can deal 986 true damage, it's too strong, okay? We saw that happen from Principality last game, and if it's played correctly, it will be huge. And it's interesting to see that we're seeing Gragas being prioritized in these drafts, because sure, he got a buff, but it's not that big, and they picked the Gragas over the Garen, who is seemingly incredibly powerful right now,
Well, this is the thing now. We have the Garen ban. The Lee Sin comes through for Fowler. So the Garen pick, the Lee Sin comes through for Fowler as well. These are some comfort picks coming in for Weigers. But also, are we going to see something sneaky with the Yuumi? The Rakan comes through. I wonder whether we get Xayah prioritized here for Justice, because that was banned away on the previous ban rotation by Weigers.
And Xayah is also incredibly good against these two champions, the Lee Sin and the Garen, right? Because she can just use her ultimate to avoid all the damage, the kick, or anything like that. So I definitely do expect to see a Xayah, although they have to pick it now, which they don't. They actually go for the Camille, which is a bit questionable considering that Wygus already has a Lee Sin who's able to just kick out Camille out of her ultimate, which is really the whole value that she provides in teamfights. So Principality seems to be opting for comfort picks instead of actual good picks in this draft example.
Yeah, I think, but also like, you know, it's stuff that is really bad against what Wygus is drafting. Like none of these picks are particularly strong against Morgana, and the Xayah gets banned, like you mentioned. So yeah, I'm not sure about this. I think that already Wygus are coming out with the stronger power pick draft and a draft that can be forming a really strong composition.
Yeah, and that was the only chance for Principality to pick the Xayah, which was really the perfect pick to counter this composition from Wygus right there. But it just feels like Wygus is really ready with the draft. They know what they're doing. They're drafting much, much better than Principality. And it's going to be interesting to see what kinds of picks we're going to be seeing lastly. And Principality banning out the Braum, banning out the Thresh. They're really banning out the supports. I don't feel like that's going to do too much though, because Wygus already has the Morgana and there's still many, many more supports available. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Darius pick, which counters all of these champions. Yet again, it just feels like Wygus is completely winning this draft example.
Garen Yumi?
No. Don't
Garen
say it.
Yumi?
No, please don't say it.
Because unless it's Garen support, but I mean, it could be Garen Morgana, but Garen Yumi.
Oh, please, no. Don't make this
our Principality saying, do we have to pick Yumi now? Well, they can't because they picked Rakan. So obviously, Wygus have not had to prioritize the Yumi pick. Garen Yumi?
Oh, please don't. Please, like, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the toxic meta with that counter. No, just no.
Yumi.
It can happen, though. It does make sense here. It does kind of make sense.
Hells, Garen Yumi? Garen Yumi Hells.
God.
Are we going to see Garen Yumi? It's going to be the Ahri. Interesting final lock-in again, something that does quite badly into the Morgana in terms of Black Shield. Like Charm is the absolute most important pick, for Ahri in terms of what she can do in the late and mid game.
Please don't.
No, please do.
We're just waiting for the last pick. 10 more seconds for them to pick it. I don't want to see a cat.
It's open.
My face right there. I don't
it's
want to see a
open.
cat.
It would be, no, right. You could have done it, guys. You
could have done it. They could have done it here, and it would actually have made quite a lot of sense picking it right here. It would have provided so much value for the Garen, especially spinning around in the middle of the enemies, being able to shred all of their armors and then dealing huge damage with his abilities, because Yumi buffs all of that. It would have been a crazy composition to see. But unfortunately, we didn't see that.
It's fasting Senna with Garen support, I think, or Garen farming with Senna in the bot lane. So I think that's what we're going to see here from Wygus. But I'm once again, I feel like Principality have just essentially drafted the same comp, but this time with an Ahri. I don't think it solves many of the problems that they had in the previous game. And if anything, I think that Wygus are better equipped this time round to deal with this draft from Principality.
So they've countered Garen pretty well, right? With the Corki, with the Ahri, with the Camille, etc. But yet again, Senna is going to be able to roll them over because they don't have range. Ahri and Corki don't have range, and Senna, when she gets through in the later game, she's gonna have that range advantage, right? Because she gets those 20 stacks, 40 stacks, 60 stacks. She's gonna get bigger and bigger range, being able to just start trading very easily with these champions. So yet again, Wygus is just really doing a draft. Meanwhile, it seems like Principality is just desperately trying to counter the first champion pick by Wygus, and honestly, I feel like Wygus is gonna dominate this game as well.
Yeah, I think Wygus probably come in as the favourites off the back of that draft and their first game performance. Could be looking at another 2-0, and of course, Principality are fighting for their WREC lives here, Hells. They need to win this to stay in the entire competition. If Wygus win, they move on in the losers bracket and keep their hopes alive for getting through to those all-important finals in Barcelona here for the WREC. But for the time being, they need to win this one first. Does feel like it is favoured for Wygus, though. Again, I think drafted a very strong compositional round, Hells.
Yeah, definitely. This is it for them. They have to win 2 games in a row, which means that they have to win this one as well. And while we're talking, we're going to be getting into this very exciting game because this is it. This is it. Principality has to win. And we're going to be seeing what they're going to be bringing to the table right there.
It's going to be Extreme on the top side of the map, playing that Darius, which I quite like into this comp from Principality. Deals quite nicely with things like the the Rakan and the Camille and the tank Gragas as well. We have the Morgana mid, which obviously recently got a bit of a nerf on the last patch. The AP scalings of the Morgana did get nerfed ever so slightly. I would say that the matchup into Darius is pretty rough for Darius versus Gragas. Like, Gragas can technically just spam barrels and make it very difficult for you to trade. And as long as you don't commit the body slam into a trade that you're going to lose, you can always escape the Darius as well, which is quite nice. Just gets locked up here. That's going to be a silence. Trades tit for tat, really, at the end of the day. Zero also taking damage, but being a Garen, you can just essentially sustain your way through these lanes.
Yeah, and talking about this Darius-Gragas matchup, indeed, Gragas can just very easily trade with the Darius, but that's why Extreme chose to go for the Fleet Footwork, which is a very good choice to do up against the Gragas, because Sensei is going to be able to really abuse him in the lane. And we can see they're constantly fighting around. We constantly have skirmishes happening, and Gragas really has an integrated Fleet Footwork already, right? Because of his passive, he constantly heals around, as you can see. Every 6 or 8 seconds, he just heals up, and I feel like Sensei may potentially be able to bait the Darius right there, because we can see Amy is ready for that gank right there.
Yeah, I mean, Extreme knows it's happening. There is a ward around that River Scuttler for the time being. And yeah, you mentioned the Fleet Footwork, important for the sustain in this matchup for Extreme. You see that Fowlan waiting on the sidelines, not going to get away with anything though. They were very well aware of what was happening. Both Jessus and Louis, they will move away from their own tower. There is a ward. Might have to force them back in its entirety, and they aren't going to get punished for this overextension either.
Yeah, and I really like how Principality was ready for this. Lee Sin was going for the super aggressive dive, and we see a lot of teams being caught off guard by a gank like that, right? Like a gank coming from behind the turret. But Principality knew what was going on. They had some very good wards set up in the river, as you can see, and they were just able to counter it. And Weigers didn't get a single kill, even though Lee Sin committed quite a lot of time to trying to get that kill right there. So really, really well played early game by Principality up until now. You know, they're playing the macro game a bit better than last game, and really, you know, making sure they don't get behind early on in the game.
It's much better, much more calculated this time around, but of course, things didn't go wrong for Principality until that first dragon, realistically. So this time around, it's not an Infernal, so it's not like one of those dragons that you feel like they're going to have to fight for their life for. It's a Ocean, which I think people always sort of have questions about the viability or the strength of Ocean as a particular dragon. But of course, the Rift Herald could also be a point of contention. Now remember, teams do like to rotate their bot lane into mid before these objectives start, so that just gives them some flexibility about where to commit their resources. Although I will say that Morgana is yet to move out of mid lane, just pushing that one into tower. I imagine that Michaeli might back now and mirror what we see from Blaster, which is going down towards that bot lane.
Yeah, and Principality has to take the dragon fight. They have to. And the reason is, when we have a little skirmish happening, actually. Never mind, he's getting out. He's getting out. So yeah, they have to fight for the dragon. They have to, because they have the Corki and they have the Ahri. These are both Corki with the package, obviously, and then the Ahri. This is a huge early game champion, especially now that Blaster picked up the Ludus Echo. So if it's either the dragon or the Rift Herald, they have to look for a conflict. And Weigers is the one that's on the backhand right here, because Morgana, later game champion. Senna, later game champion. They will just not be able to provide as much value during the team fights as Principality. And there's very likely going to be a team fight here. Principality needs to look for it, Alexander.
It does look like Weigers are going to go for the Rift Herald now. They're going to prioritize that as an objective, which means that they are sacrificing on the Ocean Drake. But it looks like the Principality had the same kind of idea, and you can see a fight already starting to break out bot side of the map. That's the Garen ultimate use. We have a top lane fight too. You can see Michaeli in the front line using his ultimate, trying to buy some time as Ailey dives away. The Corki package is decent this time round. This is the engage that Principality would have wanted in the first game, but this time they're finding it as they jump into the fray. Fowlan goes down for first blood. Extreme doesn't get the reset, and suddenly things are looking great for Principality as they take their second kill almost. How is Extreme still alive? Surely that should have been Principality's win, and somehow Weigers get away with it.
This was it. This was the fight that Principality was looking for, but somehow, some way, Weigers was able to hold them off, even though Corki had a beautiful package. And now the questionable thing is, why was Blaster not in this team fight? We saw Blaster on the bot side of the map, trying to deal with someone else. But he is the one that has to be in the team fight. And if we look back at this replay, beautiful ultimate by Sensei, and then the most beautiful thing about this team fight was Jesus with that package, because look at that. He just caught both of them, forcing them to use a flash and forcing them to use important abilities. Amy diving in, getting some kills, but as I said, somehow, some way, they were still unable to win this fight. And honestly, that's because of the Ahri missing. Ahri is a really powerful early game champion compared to the Garen, who, you know, is solid in the early game, but not as strong as the Ahri. They were still able to get that Rift out, as you can see, and now actually giving away the Dragon to Weigers and pushing the top lane third. I really like this from Principality. They're gonna get really ahead because of this.
Yeah, they're going for the engage here as well onto Extra. Michele doesn't have his ultimate or flash to get out of this. Beautifully played from Principality, and actually it's very difficult for Weigers to trade back that is first tower of the game. Going the way of Principality, the rotations from this team have just been much more solid this time round. They played around these neutral objectives better, and honestly, Weigers, they gave away the Rift Herald for free, it feels like.
Yeah, no, this is much better by Principality. And this is what we were talking about, right? They screwed up last game during the first dragon, but this time they kind of understood what their composition can do. Again, they should have had Blaster in that team fight as well, but they did a really good job. They were able to push away Weigers from the Rift Herald, get the Rift Herald, being able to get the first turret, and now we can see, you know, the gold is even, but they've done quite a good job. And there's another thing that I want to talk about, Xcando. Where is the attack damage from Principality? They are nearly full AP, right, besides the Camille, but if we look at their composition, they have a Gragas, they have a Rakan, they have a Corki who is 80% ability power, and they have an Ahri. What are they going to do against full magic resist Garen?
Exactly, that's a really good point that you raised, and it depends on the Zero kind of clocks onto that. He's going for Black Cleaver, which has already been picked up. I'd be interested to see where that kind of like goes from here on out. Like, do we see him focus on magic resist from this point onwards, or is he going to go down the Black Cleaver Sterax into magic resist route, which is what we see, you know, traditional Garens do at the current time? Looks like we're going to have to see, hold on for the time being. Imagine this is a very easy Mercury Treads game, though, for Weigers.
Yeah.
Extreme. He's getting battered around here. It's the four-man rotates coming out from Principality time and time again. This has unfortunately left them open in the mid lane, though. They may end up losing that mid lane tier 1. There is a rotation coming out from both Sensei and from Louis, but they will not get there in time. So although that looked good on paper, they've realistically traded a lot for another kill on Darius.
Principality and Weigers are just playing on the complete opposite sides of the map. They're basically both doing the same thing. Weigers pushing out the top lane turret, Principality pushing out the bot lane turret, but Weigers was able to get out a little more because they were also able to push out that mid lane turret. So even though that seemed good for Principality, because they were able to get that free kill on the Darius, Weigers is actually the one that came out on top of that because they were able to get 2 turrets, and yeah, they're ahead of turret in this game right now. They have that map pressure because Principality lost that mid lane turret, so they cannot just roam around freely near that place anymore.
Now, again, Weigers just starting to take control of the map. I mean, the goal is very even. Principality certainly in a better spot than they were last time round. They're going to try and chain the CC here, but they won't be able to. Jesus already chunking out damage. He was a bit of a shining light for damage output on his team last time round on the Corki. This time round, he's again kind of punishing where he can. Very aggressive. Michele forced a flash here. Big team rotations. There's the kick straight onto Jesters. They unfortunately can't follow up as the ultimate comes through. That's 1 kill already here for Principality, but they are low, and the Garen ultimate will do enough to buy another kill for Weigers. They take down Amy. A double kill for the Garen. And again, the roaming death squad from Principality is countered by Weigers.
Yeah, Principality with a huge engage, but Extreme coming in through, like coming from the side and just cleaning up the team really. And oh, we have another fight happening.
Not too much going to happen here. Michele escaping with a sliver of HP, but bit of an overextension from Extreme. Next dragon is spawning too, and they've picked up the package. This is a good spot for Principality to be. They're trying to delay the backs because there are going to be 2 big objectives on the map, and Principality are healthy, Weigers are not.
Yeah, and here we can see Round being able to root all of the enemies right there. They're just basically wasting a lot of time. Yet again, Round on that Senna, providing so much value in this teamfight by using that Senna ultimate, rooting the enemies under, and then we can see Extreme coming from the side and finishing up the enemies. So even though Principality did have a good engage, they were just unable to deal with the sustain that Round provided. And here, Principality decided to give away yet another dragon to go for a Rift Herald. There is a fight.
There's a fight breaking out. They go straight onto Michele here, who has got that status available should he want it, and he's used that ultimate as well. Justice is down. The main damage dealer is gone for Principality. This is a good start for Weigers. They've traded 1-for-1 overall. Healthy players on the side of Principality, though. They lose the objective for the time being, but it's a 1-for-1. This is a much closer affair than that previous game.
Oh god, we have 4 black cleavers on the side of Tigers. It's just crazy. Everyone is just going for those black cleavers. And as you said, Garen is actually going for the black cleavers direct gauge build, but I'm expecting him to go for full magic resist right there because Principality cannot deal with that. And even though Principality has done quite a good job in this game, and even though they are fine with the gold, Tigers is just better. Even though they're only 1,000 gold out, they're just doing much better. They have 2 dragons, they've taken more turrets, they are more set up for the late game, they have stronger late game champions. Yet again, this is starting to look like a Tigers game again to me. It's just, they're the better team Excalibur.
Definitely looks that way for the time being, but I would not 100% count out Principality. I think one of the things that Tigers are going to struggle with this game is that consistent range damage output. I mean, Senna, who hasn't really had that much time to farm a huge amount of souls. I mean, she's sitting at 46. Which is okay. It's decent, but like she's only at 2. She's not even at 2 items.
Yeah.
You know, and with Senna's souls recently being nerfed, 46 used to be like a really good spike, but now it's not as good as it previously was. So you got to just keep that in mind that the Senna souls were nerfed in recent times. And then you have Morgana, whose damage output is really kind of burst heavy and not as consistent as Corki. So really feels like Jessus and Blaster have a bit more of an advantage in terms of the way that they're applying damage this time around. But if you keep getting these triple wave soul spawns, I'm sure Weigo will be really happy about the way they're scaling up the Senna.
Yeah, and they get a catch here on the Gragas, but are they really going to be able to kill him?
Yeah, they are, because they have that Darius. The true damage is enough. That was a lot of resources expended to make that happen, though. Fowlan had to burn a huge amount of his mobility just to find the kick. The stone plate was doing enough to kind of keep him alive for a long period of time. Low HP bar on that mid lane tower. You can see Michaela trying to buy time versus the Camille. Will have to back away. And now here comes Zero with the flash in. Amy flashes away, slows down with the leg sweep. And that is the pull in. Stasis will buy time, but not for long. And that'll be Weiger's responding once again, defending their territory.
Yeah, Sensei doing a great job forcing out those ultimates. He was actually able to force out 3 ultimates right there. So perhaps giving an advantage to Principality for the next fight. But unfortunately, Principality got caught out again. And we're going to be seeing Weigers go very aggressive there.
They are going on to that second tier tower. You can see, has to be careful though. Principality are defending this heavily. But they are losing on the back line. They're losing at their own inhibitor tower for the time being. They've bought enough space now with the cast. Tries to isolate round. That's enough right now.
No!
Allows Extreme to jump in with a beautiful flush decimate. And they will pick up the kill onto the Corki too. Unfortunately, Amy too late to the party here, and Weigers should be able to walk away. The ultimate comes through from Michaela. He's trying to buy time, trying to take down Amy. Again, she's the target. There's the ultimate, the justice from Zero, but can't quite find the kill. Weigers now knocking on the doors of these inhibitors. It felt even, but now Weigers have turned up the heat.
Yeah, Extreme even flashing in the base of Principality, just asserting his dominance over Principality and even making it out alive. We can clearly see the dominance that Weigers has in this game. And this is what I was talking about. When we reach the later game stage, this is where Weigers is going to get much stronger. And although we're not seeing much magic resist, and contrary to that, we're seeing Darius go with the Deadman's Plate. The Deadman's Plate is just a very good core item to have on Darius because it gives you that movement speed. But and we see a Deadman's Plate on Garen as well, actually. And it's interesting to see Alexander. Would you say it is worth for them to go for the Deadman's Plate compared to going for magic resist to be able to tank up a little more damage?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting discussion, isn't it? We'll talk about it maybe after this fight as Amy almost gets locked up. You can see a disengage coming through. Interesting discussion. I feel like Deadman's Plate it feels pretty core in the sense that it's a really, really important item to allow your melee champions to be a bit more threatening to the backline. But you are right in the sense that magic resist would have made them significantly tankier. But I think Deadman's Plate is just that good of an item that it does kind of make sense in this particular instance. But you can see the damage that Extreme's taking for just a single Ari orb. It's a huge amount. You can see Zero on the front line pops that stone plate, just tries to buy a bit of time as a Sensei being focused down as well. Louis as well on the front line manages to get away. That's a brilliant ult from Michaela. He actually locks someone up into the binding. Loads of damage going down onto Amy in the back line. She's taken down super, super low. Louis will buy some time, enough time to allow the rest of his team to escape. The Demacian Justice is there. There's the stasis onto the Corki. Could be the first casualty of this fight, and it is. Low HP bars everywhere for Principality. They were holding on to that fight, but Weiger's just too strong.
They were holding on, and just indeed Weiger's way too strong. Principality is just unable to shred through Zero and Extreme. These frontline tanks are just way too much, and unfortunately it seemed like Jesus was having a little hard time hitting that Corki package. He was waiting for the perfect moment, and he did get a beautiful Corki package, but although it seemed a bit too late, because at that point Principality already had low amounts of HP, and now quite a risky Baron right here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it is a little bit risky. They are low HP bars. Here comes Louis B. Doesn't quite get it. They were looking for the steal, but they can't. And Sensei and Louis will back out of the fight. You could see in the meantime, Garen chasing down Blaster. Zero picks up a rampaging kill on the Garen, and Weigers, they've secured a game-ending objective here to keep themselves in the Wild Rift European Championship and push on in the loser bracket.
Weigers is ready to make a comeback. Weigers just showing an absolutely brilliant performance today, just really doing what they have to do, playing the game super well, playing their compositions well, and really showing that, hey, we can fight up against these top teams again. And especially if we look into this replay, I want to highlight Garen and Darius frontline, because as you can see, they were taking up so much damage. Extreme with the stone plate as well, literally taking 0 damage. He's full HP, and then Corki with a brilliant package, but it was just too late, as you can see. You know, everyone is just kind of sitting down waiting to do their thing. Principality is just not playing it well as a team. Sure, they're doing some good things by on their own, but they're just not playing it as a team compared to Weigers that are engaging with the front lines and dealing a lot of damage from the back line. And especially Michele, as you can see, getting yet another catch and another free kill.
You can see pushing down the mid lane now. Jesser's trying all that he can. He just can't quite make it happen. It's a double kill in the bot lane, and Weigers with the Baron. This could be the game-ending play that they were looking for. It felt closer, but in the end, it actually ended quicker. Weigers were able to just be much more deterministic in the mid lane and really force this game out the way they wanted to make it happen. They will take down the Nexus, and they will eliminate Principality from the WREC.
Yeah, wow, what an absolutely dominating performance from Weigers. We thought that this would be a pretty close game, but Weigers just showing what they're made of and just dominating Principality. And I'm excited to see more of them, honestly, because in the first game, you know, they had a bit of a rough time, but now they're warmed up a bit more. And I'm just really excited to see what else they have to offer to this competition.
Yeah, I think Weigers is starting to get in their groove. You can see they are emulating the style of play that we expect to see from our top teams, and I think Weigers have got the kind of talent that could be good enough to do that. You can see this was the first objective fight where, honestly, Hells, it felt like Principality played it pretty well.
Yeah, Jesus had a beautiful package right here, honestly. He had a beautiful package, but unfortunately for him, Principality or Weigers was able to flash out of it, and Lee Sin has a lot of mobility, so even though it was beautiful, Weigers had the tools to get out of it and still trade fine in that team. But right here, we can see Principality just hardcore destroying this Darius right there, and even though it seemed like a good pick for him, it didn't in the end, because Weigers was able to get more turrets out of it, and here, yet again, it seems like a good engage for Principality, but Weigers just really knowing what to do, really knowing how to play the composition, knowing their limits, and knowing that the Senna can just save them every single time.
Yeah, it was a really, I would say, confident performance from Weigers. Calculated, they weren't taking too many risks, but this time round they closed out that mid game much more readily. And I think, again, you kind of saw the problems, maybe a little bit draft limited for the Principality roster. Again, struggling to deal with the fact that Weigers were just able to be that much more aggressive and also like deal with the comp more readily from Principality in this game.
Oh, I love this one.
It was a beautiful play. It was a great play from Extreme. I think in general Weigers look super good, and I'm pretty happy to see them advance. I think they were on paper the better team as well, honestly, Hells.
Yeah, on paper they were the better team, but as I said, we just hadn't seen too much from these teams yet. They both lost 0-2, right? But here we can clearly see that was a massive difference. That was a massive difference between them. Like, honestly, it was not even close. Weigers just playing it so beautifully, and as I said, Principality playing well too, but Weigers just doing much better. And if you look at this as well, like, look at him, 5-0 Garen, and Michele doing so much damage on the Morgana as well. I'm sure if we look at the damage graphs, Michele will have done a lot of damage. And there it is, 26.5 thousand damage. But on the opposite side, Alexandro, Jesus dealing 30,000 damage on the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he was the shining light for Principality in both games. He was the big damage output, and you could see that he was really making that Corki work for him. But I think this gold graph is much more complementary to Principality this time round. Held on for about 11 minutes, and then suddenly things just kind of spiraled out of control. But 11 minutes is much better than 5, if I'm honest with you. And I think they clearly tried to adjust from the last game, but I think Weiger's just, as you mentioned, we're kind of just a better team all round in this situation. Principality, unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to them. They have been knocked out of the losers bracket, but that does now mean that Weiger's will advance. They'll keep their hopes in the Wild Rift European Championship alive, and they'll be there fighting for their spot to make it back towards that grand final. Eventually, maybe even contest for the title. You just don't know that a team like this can definitely go from strength to strength. Let's take a look at the play of the game. What was the big moment that we want to look back on in this matchup? Hells, any guesses?
First dragon fight. Rift Herald, sorry. Oh no, it's actually a late game fight. Wow, it's a late game fight. So yeah, honestly, we had a lot of different types of highlights in the game, and right here we can see Weiger's just going super deep. You know, they're going super far to dive in the middle of them, showing the power of the Darius being able to tank up a lot. Even though it seemed like quite a bad fight, here it is. I love this. I loved how Extreme just had the confidence and dived their turrets, and then Round being like, I'm your support, I got you. You know, you can run out of the turret, and they run and escape as well. Beautiful, beautiful team fight right there by Weigers.
Yeah, and now that brings us on to discussion about the potential MVP. I mean, we have been having discussions around it. I think a lot of us are kind of aligned. Who do you think should have got MVP this game, Hells?
Honestly, I feel like there's 2 people that could have gotten it. One is Michele, and then one is Zero. Zero did an absolutely phenomenal job last game on the Ziggs, and then in this game as well on the Garen, really being the perfect frontline, but also Michele. Although he didn't do too much in the first game, the second game was dealing so much damage on the Morgana.
For me, it's Fowlin or Zero, but the MVP is going to be, this time round, drum roll, it's Zero. Zero is going to... Oh, wait, no,
Fowlin.
It's actually Fowlin. Oh my gosh, it's Fowlin. Well, do you know what? I think that's fair. Like I said, Fowlin or Zero. I thought it was going to be Zero, but this time it's Fowlin. I think that is very, very, I would say, warranted after his Xin Zhao game.
He did a really good job in the first game as a Xin Zhao. Second game, he did quite a good job as well. You know, basically all of Weigers did really well. They all could have gotten the MVP in this game, to be honest.
I think the whole Weigers roster was absolutely fantastic. Usually, I think at this point, we would have an interview. I think we do have an interview. So Stuart is standing by, I believe, with someone from Weigers to chat about that game. So Stu, take it away.
Thank you very much, Exangel. I'm in G, joined by Michele from Weigers. How are you feeling after that game?
Feeling good, obviously.
Good stuff. And obviously for yourself, I think the last time we actually spoke was from the ESL matchups a long time ago now. For yourself, you're on Weigers now, and now you're going to be up against the winner of either Aphelion or Supremacy. So any predictions going into that one?
I think we learned a lot from the first match we played, and you can clearly see it now, but I think we still have a lot of work to go, and we'll just try to show our best against them. I think they are a really good team.
Awesome stuff. And for yourself as well, you played Morgana and Diana and everything in the mid lane as well. For you, who's your favorite champion at the moment in competitive to play in that mid lane?
It's always gonna be Zed.
Hopefully you'll be able to bring out the Zed in the next series. We'll have to wait and find out. Michele, thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Back to Excoundrel and Hells.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, that was good to hear from Michele there. Ahead of his game, I think everyone, like you said, Hells, he was an MVP contender, Zero definitely, and obviously Fowlin was that eventual winner of the MVP. And that kind of wraps up our first series here on the Wild Rift European Championship. That was a dominant game from Weigers, I think, overall, but it brings us on to our next game, Aphelion versus Supremacy. What do you make of this matchup, Hells? Obviously, you're going to be on the sidelines doing the sort of the analysis and the interviews. What do you think about the winner here? Do you think it's likely to be Supremacy?
Honestly, Supremacy. And the main reason that I say that really is because of their support, which is just fake, just absolutely phenomenal player. We saw him play that Thresh, and although they didn't win too much, he did super well. He played it super aggressively, was able to provide so much value for his team. And I'm honestly very excited to see what he's going to be bringing to this game as well, you know, with the Thrashes, maybe even Alistar, Rakan. These are the types of support picks that we can expect from him.
So I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great series. And again, another elimination match. So all important for the two teams that are involved. We should be heading into that series pretty soon. But for the time being, we're going to take a quick short potion break, get ourselves topped up, and we'll see you soon.
I have no clue. I don't think so.
No answer for this one.
Well, I did like boxing and like wrestling, some stuff like this. You can count it as a talent, I guess.
That I am not explosive. Like, I like to keep it calm in every situation.
I like to cook in my free time.
It's to play paddle. I'm awesome at paddle.
Play never gets any lighter.
I used to be very good at football, highest rank in Denmark, but I stopped it to play games instead. So my hidden talent would probably be good with a ball.
I can speak around like 4 to 5 languages. I could talk in Romanian, I could talk in English, I could talk in Mandarin, and I could also talk a bit of Spanish. Other than that, I can play the Rubik's Cube, I can play with the piano, and yeah.
My hidden talent is actually I do like to play the piano and also I do like to rap and write my own songs.
Actually, I don't really have a talent. I just play video games. Yeah, I'm just a gamer, I think.
Oh my god.
No.
I'm a fan of pineapple on pizza.
No, without pineapple. I'm more Italian that way.
Always. With everything. With pineapple and with everything you can put in.
No.
Yes, very yes.
Definitely.
I think pineapple pizza is fine. It's not my favorite. If it's there, I will have it. Let people do what they want.
No, I don't like pineapple on the pizza. I never ate it before, actually.
Yes.
You can't put fruit on pizza.
Without pineapple.
Don't even ask this to the Italian people, please, because they will get super angry.
Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine.
We getting hyped. Everybody round, 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 yeah, no, we getting hyped.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift European Championship. I'm Scoundrel. I've switched things up and I've brought in Stuart to chat through the next couple of games with me. Of course, that was a pretty exciting first series. Stu, what did you make of it from the sidelines?
Yeah, it was really, really interesting. The draft adaptations, the game as well, getting them huge team fights around objectives, which we don't really see too often. You know, over the past few weeks, it's kind of been handshaking objectives. So seeing these big, massive team fights now around objectives and the draft adaptations, I was hoping to see Yumi in that second game. I was like, yes, play it, please. But unfortunately, we didn't. Maybe in this series.
I think Senna works just as well in that situation again, just making Garen, or supporting Garen and kind of becoming a bit of a powerhouse in the mid to late game. Of course, I think that, you know, before we kick things off, we're going to have to hear a little bit from Hells about the key moments in this series to look forward to. So let's go over to Hells. He's going to chat us through some of the big moments to expect in this this matchup.
Alright, so about the key points of this game. These are going to be very important. So the first one is going to be different support players. And I want to add to this, by the way, that Supremacy did a very interesting thing. They seem to have swapped the support and the Baron lane around. So Sanji and JustFake seem to have swapped, but what we've seen from JustFake is these very aggressive supports. And the next thing is, these teams are really enjoying the traditional AD carries. You know, instead of going for the Orianna, Ziggs, Morgana, or whatever in the bot lane, these teams seem to be enjoying on Aphelios side, especially the Vayne and the Kai'Sa. And then on Supremacy side, Varus. We know Varus is a priority pick, and then the next thing we talk about is both teams had a really rough time in the first round. The matches in the first round were very hard, up against Gamelord and Team Queso. They tried, but these are just the top level teams. So it's going to be interesting to see what both of these teams are going to be bringing to the table today and see which team comes out ahead. So now about the key points. Let's toss it back to the cast as Xcamble and Stuart.
Yeah, and I think the last one is something that was really important. Like, it's difficult to know how good these teams are because they were in very tough matchups in their first matchups here in the WREC. But of course, you know, the reality of it is, Stu, that you need to beat the best teams in this competition eventually. But of course, no one ever really wants to start out with that matchup because it kind of limits your growth throughout the tournament. As we've seen with Weigers, people can grow, teams can grow, they can get better as time goes on. Should we take a look at the rosters here for these two teams? Stu, I want you to talk me through some of the names that we see and whether we should be looking out for anyone in particular.
Yeah, I think Hells already spoke about probably the main kind of focus of this series, really. It's the Supremacy lane swap. We see Sanji now in the support role and JustFake up in the Baron lane. Now, JustFake, we know that he's a Baron lane before. People might know that he was a Baron laner before, so it's nice to see him back up in the Baron lane. They've tested this a bit in community tournaments that have happened in the past few weeks. This worked quite well for them, so they're going to be very interesting going into that one. And on the side of Aphelion, we got 0-2 and Arrogance as well in the jungle, that mid-jungle synergy, which you saw a little bit in their first series. But as you said already, you know, against Gamelord, against Team Queso, you have to beat these teams. But it feels like you're kind of on the back foot already when you're against them teams. So I'm really interested to see how both these teams will adapt in a very close series coming into this one.
Now, I've got something pretty special before we jump into this series ready for you. It's a brand new sort of WREC exclusive. I mean, we're really turning the creative cogs here. It is our man Hells Devil with his brand new own titled Broken as Hells. Oh, it's me. I'm not Hells, but you'll get rid of me in just a minute.
Get away. We're gonna be talking about Orianna right here because this champion is broken as hells, and Orianna has just been so dominant throughout these matches, and she has it all. She can easily push out the waves with her AoE damage, so she can always get lane priority. She's one of the strongest, if not the strongest late game carry in the game, and as we can see in these plays right here as well, just dominant performance in team fights, providing so much value, dealing so much damage, movement speed, ultimates, blah, 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 everything. And on top of all of that, she can position super safely around in a team fight. She's a very safe champion. She has that shield as well, and then she can support her team as well. So when someone tries to go in, give a shield to your ally, give that movement speed, she has it all. It's also a beautiful looking champion. What is missing from Orianna? We're gonna have to see Orianna being prioritized in the draft in the next matches. I love Orianna, you guys love too, so that is it for Broken as Hells. Up to the casters again.
Orianna, I mean, the sunglasses made it. The sunglasses made it for me, Stuart. The Broken as Hell there. Orianna is kind of in a good spot. You know, I think competitively a lot of teams value her. Not as much in the mid lane anymore, mostly in that dragon lane position. But she is super, super good right now, Stu.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, more focus in the dragon lane because we have these AD bruisers and how strong the top side is at the moment, because we don't really have a lot of them AP champions up in the top side of the map. But yeah, Broken as Hells. I'm excited to see what the next champion is. I'm hoping maybe, it's Garen, Yuumi, maybe. Come on, Hells, maybe for next time. But we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Orianna, a very high priority pick. And even though we go into this one, I think with the key points that Hells have mentioned, with these two teams, they haven't really been focusing a lot on the AP champions down in the duo lane. They've been playing a lot more of the traditional AD carries, so we're going to be seeing if they've adapted maybe throughout the weeks going into this one, or maybe going into the different ones, going into the second game.
You can see Aphelion versus Supremacy. We've said goodbye to Principality. Unfortunately, Weigers will now be awaiting their competition from the next round of the losers bracket. And Aphelion versus Supremacy, of course, loser is going to drop out here. We are heading into picks and bans relatively shortly. I would love to see, as you mentioned, what these kind of drafts look like. As you mentioned, these guys are more traditional teams. They stick to kind of the more, I guess, meta or like traditional meta champions, which is not kind of pushing the boundaries with these kind of funky AP champions in the bot lane and some sort of crazy additions like set mids. So going to be interesting to see which team comes out on top in that particular scenario. We are obviously awaiting picks and bans. Is there anything else that you think might come up in the picks and bans phase that you think will be either an absolute guaranteed ban or an absolute pick between these two teams?
I think the champions that we always have to talk about is Jace and Set. I think them two champions are still quite high priority. You can see that sometimes on the red side, teams don't like to ban any of them at all, and you like to trade one for the other. So either the Jace for the Set or the Set for the Jace, which is quite interesting on the red side of the map. But going into these bans, we're going to have to see what is going to be the high priority. I think blue side bans are always the main thing as well. You see Thresh being banned already now, even though Just Fake is now up in the Baron lane. We've seen Sanji also play Thresh as a priority down in the support role as well. So already trying to focus that support champion pool that might not be that wide for Sanji because he's had to lane swap so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Just Fake's a really great player, by the way. So I think he's going to be excelling in whatever role he's in. I've got to give a shout out to my boy Carrot Cop. That man is he's a lovely bloke. We know him all the way back from the UK Premiership event that happened last year. So he's been kind of grinding out in sort of the amateur to grassroots level of Wild Rift esports, and so it's good to see him get his chance on the big stage with the Wild Rift European Cup. We're going to see the Orianna banned away. So Broken as Hell, banned as hell is gone away on the blue side bans here for AE, and we're waiting for the final ban here from Supremacy.
Yeah, will it be the Jace? It will be the Jace in the end. So priority picks a moment. Camille, Gragas is still open as well. I think them two are going to be the main ones, and it is going to be the Camille first pick. Now, on the side of Supremacy, do you take away the Galio to stop that Camille-Galio combo that we've mentioned about before, or do they want to go for something else? Lee Sin is still open as well. Other champions as well. Will they prioritize maybe a Dragon Lane champion for maybe Carrot Cop? We've seen him play Xayah. We've seen him play Varus as well, which is also still open. Has been a very high priority for Supremacy. Counting down the time here, they're definitely taking a long time to maybe think about what they want to prioritize.
Gragas gets picked up here. Interesting that Gragas has risen so heavily in terms of priority this week in competitive. He only got a very small buff to his base AD, but a lot of people are kind of bringing him back into the fold now, which is very interesting to see that he is receiving the same kind of priority that he saw last year in Wild Rift Esports. It's been a while since Gragas has had that kind of luxury in terms of where he sits in the draft. We'll have to see what the second pickup here is going to be for Team Supremacy. Anything that stands out? Lee Sin is a good, solid jungler, probably one of the best in the meta, with the Kazakhs being banned away as well. That makes a lot of sense, and it's great into Camille.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've got two champions there already that can disengage away from Camille. You got the explosive cast from Gragas. You got the kick from Lee Sin as well. So two really good champions. They haven't picked away the Galio though. So maybe Aphelion could look to try and go towards this Camille Galio combo. Interestingly, our Supremacy didn't focus out on Varus. Maybe not kind of trapping themselves in one place. There's the Morgana as well. Obviously can be flexed around. I think that's one of the main things why Gragas, I feel like, is such a high priority at the moment, is because it's such a huge flex pick. We've seen it being played in the support. We've been seeing it play mid lane as well for AP. We saw last game in the Baron lane as well as that top lane kind of tank. And we've also seen it in the jungle. So it's that kind of four-way flex pick on the red side, which we normally see for picks as well. We normally see them sort of flex picks, but now Olaf as well. Interestingly enough, we got banned twice in the previous series, and I think Olaf's another champion that surprisingly has gone a lot high priority over the past few weeks.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Olaf get such high priority. Now, I feel like that might have been in the first series because of just Fowlon being a really, really good Olaf player. But, I think it's interesting to see Olaf starting to rise up. That's going to be the Corki getting picked up here for Team Supremacy. So I imagine that's going to go over to Carrot Cop. I know Carrot Cop is a bit of a Corki player, so that to me strikes me as the most likely area for this Corki on Team Supremacy's side. Interesting though, the Olaf with the Morgana. You don't necessarily need Morgana as Olaf, but it just offers you that extra moment of invulnerability or like an inability to be locked down, which can sometimes be the make or break when it comes to Olaf plays. So but obviously you can also end up wasting it at the same time when you pop ult and Morgana shield on the same target. So it's a very tricky balance to run with. And we'll see what the final pick, or rather the fourth pick here for Team Supremacy is going to be. I imagine you pick your support in this scenario because you don't want to give away a huge amount.
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of mid lane bans in this second section. Yeah, there's a lot of mid lane bans in this second part of this pick and ban. We've already got Zed banned, Ahri banned, Diana banned. I think the main thing about this is that both Corki and Morgana can be played in the mid lane. We've seen it before, Jack's ban as well as the last one. So it's quite interesting to see both teams focus out mid lane bans, because at the moment we don't really see mid lane picks on either side, but we do see possibilities. As mentioned, it can be Corki being flexed to the mid lane, can be Morgana flexed to the mid lane as well. But for now, we're just going to be seeing a lot of mid lane bans. It's going to be Nami, interestingly enough. I haven't really seen Sanji play Nami before. A very interesting combination with Corki as well. But there's the Galio. Interesting enough, didn't get banned out. So there's a lot of team fight presence at the moment on the side of Aphelion. And Jarvan, wow.
Okay, so it's Morgana AP carry bot with like
Galio?
No, Jarvan support, right? It's Morgana AP bot with Jarvan support, and then it's got to be Galio mid. Because the problem is if you like, who are you running mid? Who are you running mid if you don't run either Morgana or Galio mid? I guess it could be I guess it could be Galio Jarvan bot, which is interesting. It's Corki mid as well, with the Kai'Sa coming out here for Team Supremacy. My God, what is this comp? This is a wild comp. It's very all in, and I think lacks a lot of consistent damage output the longer the game goes. But it can be super good in the mid game. Plenty of CC and lots of snowball potential around objectives. So that's where I'll be looking, to keep my eyes on for AE, where they want to actually use this comp to its fullest potential.
Yeah, I feel like it might either be like Olaf mid, Camille mid, maybe. I mean, we've seen it before. I feel like it was Reese last time that played Olaf mid. We've seen Camille mid before work out really well, but very flexible job for Aphelion. But like I said, a lot of engage. But I think the main thing to focus on for the side of Supremacy is they have so many dashes. They have so many ways to get out of the initial engage. You have the Kai'Sa ultima, you have the Corki who can Valkyrie away as well. Lee Sin can dash away, Gragas can dash away as well, and they have a lot of disengage. So even if they are locked down by the Camille, by the Hextech ultimatum, they can use the likes of Nami wave, they can use the likes of Lee Sin kick and Gragas barrel to kind of knock Camille out of the ultimate, which will allow these carries to kind of escape. So it's all about the initial engage for Aphelion to try and get onto these kind of double carry comp that we're seeing on the side of Supremacy, which we don't really see a lot of.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be really interesting to see how this pans out. Who do you think is going to win in the chat, guys? Make sure you're voting. Most analysts have gone for Supremacy. I think very few people have kind of put their ball in the other court. So I think Supremacy coming out the expected victors here. But of course, when you're drafting something as wild as this, things can definitely get shaken up. It just depends on how how I think these objective fights are going to play out and where these champions are going in their particular lanes as well.
I think that's the main thing for Aphelion is like where is everyone going? I mean, you've heard our predictions, but we have to see what actually happens as we get into our first game of this series. It is Olaf mid, and it's Morgana support with Galio carry. Now, we've seen this before for Formulation. It was actually Formulation likes to play this carry Galio down in the duo lane, more with, you know, the farming Galio being able to take a lot of farms, so he's your kind of AP source of damage, but we normally see it with more aggressive supports down in the duo lane. But with Morgana, it's a very interesting combo, but already.
Yeah, that's close. Oh, he flashes in! And he has the barrier. Absolutely takes him by storm. And Senshio gets locked up for first blood. Disrespects the level 2 Olaf. You never disrespect the level 2 Olaf, man.
Oh my god! I mean, Olaf mid. There you go. That's what it can offer. You know, if you use the first ability first, you can get so many slows off, and even in the there's a lot of fighting at the moment in this game, in the duo lane as well, a lot of fighting. But yeah, I feel like it was just Senshio, as you said, kind of being just disrespecting, as you said, the level 2. It was 0-2 who got a level 2 first. Look, Senshio's trying to walk up again, but the flash forward, the hacks as well on top of his third ability, just being able to burst down the Corki, and that's a really, really early advantage for Aphelion, and they're going to look to try and, you know, rotate around the map now. But with this melee into range matchup in the mid lane, you're going to see that Corki still going to have that priority, but a little bit of an early goal leads.
It's good. It's a good start. Always nice to get first blood in a matchup that you're not predicted to win. Although I will say that the bot lane is getting battered just a little bit here from Team Supremacy. They are managing to kind of zone out Mei and Baige as well a lot. You can see the gold already up about 400 for the Kai'Sa, which is kind of offsetting the lead that 0-2 has built up in the mid lane, which is pretty significant in its own right.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to focus on as well is that actually Karakop has decided to go for Exhaust, which I think is going to be really, really helpful for Kai'Sa and for the carries as well, because most of the time you're going to see Camille and Jarvan and Olaf as well diving on top, and 0-2 is just playing with fire. He's like, yeah, you can hit me with your Gatling gun, you can hit me with your rockets, I'm just going to be sitting here taking all the farm that I need.
How do they convert this then, Stu, into something more tangible? Like, okay, fair enough, you get a kill on an Olaf mid. What are you looking to do with an Olaf to kind of accelerate to a win condition? Because that's kind of what you always have to think about when you're looking at games like this. You're like, okay, cool, you get a kill mid, but what are you doing with it? How are you using that to win the game?
I think we're going to look at maybe, Mei maybe rotating into the mid lane and trying to excel that lead for Olaf. And then it's just all about the team fights really with Olaf. He could become untargetable. He can basically run around invulnerable. And it's all about Olaf trying to get onto the carries. I think that's the main focus that we have to look on for this Olaf. As you said, it is an advantage, but it's going to be how Olaf is going to play, especially in this team fights as well, as we get into about 30 seconds until the first objectives. But with the Corki package available, with the tidal wave, with the amount of damage and the amount of engage that both these teams really have, to be honest, it's going to be about surviving really 0-2, trying to dive onto the back line, but trying to survive against this double carry comp.
I think that's one of the things that you've got to be a little bit concerned about with Aphelion is that, like, you can just run at the team and there's not much way to peel for the Olaf, especially when he has the Morgana shield and his ultimate. So he's going to be able to run down someone on your team. And if you've used the Valkyrie and you've used the ultimate, you have to be a little careful if you're Kai'Sa and Corki, because you'll end up getting absolutely obliterated. Now, I would say Senshio's done a good job of keeping pace with 0-2 as we work towards those first objective fights. We'll have to see which team comes out on top. It looks like Supremacy have managed to wrangle a gold lead back in their favor. And I do love that Carrot Cop has also picked up the Executioner's Calling super early on here.
Yeah, reducing the healing of Olaf. Even champions like Camille will get a little bit of healing later on as well. Even Mei might be picking up something like Harmonic Echo later on if Morgana does go for that support build. But just a trade in objectives at the moment, nothing too crazy. But with this Rift Herald, you always see this with teams. As soon as you get the Rift Herald, you're looking to try and take that towards trying to get the first tower of the game. But meanwhile, in the bot lane as well, they're also doing the same in the bot lane, but Just Fake's in a little bit of trouble up in this Baron lane.
He is indeed, but he will have the support of Sanjay, who's actually overstepped, forced to flash away. There's the Hextech ultimatum with the wave to buy some time. That was actually nicely placed in the bubble too, and it's allowed Just Fake to go for the play under the tower. There's the taunt, now looking to get the knockup. We have a chain of CC coming out from Aphelion right now. There is the ultimate too. Galio drops the hero's entrance, but in the meantime, they lose that bot lane and a double kill goes down in favor. So it's 1 kill for 2, and they actually end up losing out on the first turret of the game as well.
Yeah, really well played by Sanji and Just Fake, just delaying that first tower of the game and allowing the dual lane as well. We're going to see what happened in this dual lane as well. Sensio had the package, so it probably used this package to try and look for the tower dive, but it was a 3 versus 2 situation, and you can just see this double carry comp as well. Great kick by Miracle. You can see the combo of Miracle with the kick and also the package on top of that as well. And Just Fake and Sanji were able to delay in the top side as well, and they were able to get the first tower of the game. So as you can see, a little bit of a gold advantage, nothing too crazy at the start of this game, but nonetheless, it is a little bit of an advantage. And when you have the double carry comp of this Kai'Sa and Corki that's very, very mobile at the same time, as mentioned during the draft phase, it's going to be really hard for Aphelion to try and look for these engages that they're going to really look to try and go towards with their comp.
Yeah, I really like that from Sanji. I think played that fight really well. Now Fantasy forced to flash away here. Miracle's not going to go much further than that, but yeah, Sanji played that top fight with the wave and the bubble really well, and then obviously followed up by Just Fake playing an excellent under tower game. Even though it didn't result in him getting a kill, he delayed enough to allow his team the net advantage on the other side of the map. And if we look at where the gold's going, it is a big advantage to Carrot Cop in that bot lane. He has absolutely taken advantage of a difficult lane matchup for the Galio and the Morgana, and he is accelerating that build. And Stu, being a bit of a Kai'Sa connoisseur, knows not too far away from having all of those evolutions activated, which would be super important for the next Dragonflight.
Yeah, interesting enough, he went for the Gluttonous Greaves, if I remember the name correctly, against a lot of crowd control, you know, on the side of Aphelion. You know, you got the Dark Binding, you got the Taunt as well, even the slows from the Olaf. Probably, I think Mercury Treads might have been a little bit better than the Gluttonous Greaves, but he wants to have the little bit of extra healing. But there's another tower dive again.
They're going straight on Just Fake buying time, but unfortunately not able to do the same, not able to repeat the performance that he had on the top side of the map, and 0-2 and Baige are able to take that kill. Don't get the tower though. That was kept alive for the time being, and you can see actually with the resources being shown on the map, there will be a commitment from Aphelion to go for that bot lane tier 1.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and go for that bot lane tier 1, but meanwhile they're trying to get the mid lane for it as well. And Carrot Cop, I don't think that's a fight you want to take, to be honest with you. But even though Camille is isolated, so you will be able to get a little bit more damage from Kai'Sa's first ability, Icathian Rain. But in the end, it's going to look like there's going to be a priority. Bot lane tower did go down in the end, but they're trying to get this mid lane tower instead. But you can't really do much against, especially a Morgana as well, that has a lot of wave clear. And interesting enough, it seems like what happened in the duo lane for the side of Galio and Morgana, it looks like both of them are just going for just splitting the farm. And you can see that, as you mentioned already, there's a huge gold lead for Carrot Cop already, and it's kind of countered with a little bit of a gold deficit for Sanji, but it's not a lot of difference, to be fair. If you compare Sanji compared to both the duo lanes of Baigi and Mei, there's not a lot of difference. There's a huge 1,500 gold lead for Carrot Cop, and as you mentioned, going towards them evolves as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the wave coming through. They've already used a lot of CC here. This is the perfect time to engage, as they do. Straight into the back line, though. They've already taken down the Nami, and now they are barreling into the back line as well. This might not be the fight that you want if you are Supremacy, and it is Aphelion that is right now coming on top. They found the engages, and they clean house around the objective.
There was no peel for the backline, I feel like, in that fight. Camille was able to jump onto the backline. Olaf was able to flash onto the backline as well. And when you focus that Kai'Sa, and when you focus the backline on the side of Supremacy, all the damage is pretty much gone. You can see the Kaiser's pretty much isolated here. The Nami wave and everything got used. But as you can see, the Camille here diving in onto the backline and Olaf flashing in as well. Nami just gets absolutely destroyed. And then you have the Hextech ultimatum as well. Kaiser trying to flash away, Carrot Cop trying to flash away, but there's no way you can go. When you use that Nami wave already, when you use all the disengage, when you use the kick and the Gragas barrel, that's just a free engage for Aphelion. I feel like it was a little bit of misplay for Supremacy. I feel like they're the ones that don't really need to look for these fights. They're looking to try and disengage and look for the, looking for the second fight, but there could be another one.
Maybe another one here is actually Senshido, who actually failed his Valkyrie over the wall. You can see they're trying to buy him time. He gets healed up just a little bit, buy some time, but in the unstoppable Olaf now chasing down Carrot Cop. He should drop. That might be a shutdown going down. It is now a bit of a resurgence for Team Supremacy as an overcommit coming out from Aphelion. That's the taunt coming out from Galio, but he's by himself. The flash already been used. So has the belt. Carrot Cop desperate to chase down as the ultimate comes through from Mail. He gets locked up in the bubble. Carrot Cop, he needs to get out, but he doesn't. The leg sweep's there, and suddenly Fantasy cleans up. Overcommitment from Supremacy, and Aphelion punish.
In the end, I think it was Supremacy that picked off the Rift Herald, but yeah, they overextended in the team fight. They did pick up Rift Herald in the end. Nami wave was not really too much, but as you mentioned, the Valkyrie over the wall, I think it might have actually been a bit of a deny there by the taunt as well. But again, you can see Olaf in the backline. He's kind of by himself, but you can see how much pressure he can deal with. At least trying to save on the other side. But Carrot Cop was trying to do as much damage as possible, diving in onto the backline, trying to get isolated members, trying to do enough damage. And you can see the overextension here. The extra movement speed that you get from the Nami, the extra slows, but he didn't realize Mei was still over the wall. A great bubble in the end for the side of Sanji, but Fantasy is there to clean up that fight, and Mei was able to survive as well. So it did look like a decent fight in the end for Supremacy, but just that little bit of an overextension, as you mentioned, and kind of just not on the same page in that team fight.
The Olaf really working out well in the mid lane right now for Aphelion. What does Supremacy need to do to get back on track here? Like, how do they put themselves into a sort of better position? You can see, and then he's going to be 0-2 versus the world. Actually forced to pop the ultimate very early on here, but he's doing well. He's going 2v1. Wow. You can't actually fight him. The gank not working out, and he gets the kill. Just Fake not able to capitalize, and that is a huge Olaf right now.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do if you're on the side of Supremacy. Olaf is just extremely strong at the moment. You can see already Black Cleaver completed, Death Stance completed as well. And on top of that, he's going to go for the Sterox Gauge. And yeah, this mid lane, Olaf, you mentioned a little bit about getting that advantage in the mid lane, and he's doing so well to just jump onto the back line. It's kind of what he wants to do. And yeah, Corki, that's not somewhere you want to be against a Camille. But in the end, Sanji was able to save it. And the flash, the tidal wave on top of it as well. Fantasy is just gonna live in the end, and meanwhile, but he's just a distraction. I felt like this whole time he's just a little bit of a distraction, and in the end, it's gonna be another tower going on to Aphelion. 4 towers to 1 at the moment, about a 7,000 gold lead with the next objectives coming up as well. Aphelion are in full control.
They are, and honestly, it just feels like it feels like this game has been built up brick by brick, and the first brick was that level 2 all-in from 0-2 in the mid lane, and I just feel like since that point it has been giving Olaf more and more resources, letting him get away with more and more, and there isn't, as we said, that much ability to peel for the Olaf here for Team Supremacy. He should be able to get out with the empowered recall. How did they not know he was in that brush?
I'm not too sure. If you use your Jarvan W, doesn't it come up as like a little like effect or something when you actually hit someone? So I'm pretty sure you hit him with his W.
If you're watching, you'll see I think you'll see something, yeah.
Yeah, I thought there was a little bit of effect, but maybe he didn't see it in the end. The Java didn't see it in the end. Able to escape with the empowered recall, and now with the package available and everything as well, you can see the Supremacy are grouping up.
Oh, they're going to catch him, but it's the Galio ultimate will buy time. It's a really nice wave, but it doesn't do a huge amount for the time being. There is a complete isolation of Carrot Cop as they flash over the wall for him. They left him alone. It's 1-for-1 overall, but you've lost a huge source of damage as Jarvan wants to continue the fight. Starts to see the shred coming out from Corki, forced to flash away. Goes back in with the Cataclysm, buying some time, grouping some people up. The chain CC is a little bit too much, but it is the Corki versus the world. He gets locked up. He should get locked down, but he's still alive. He's still alive. I don't know how Supremacy did it, but 0-2 is the only one left standing.
You can see that there is potential to be able to protect these carries, and unfortunately Karakop was kind of by himself, got double flashed over the wall, but in the end it was Sensio doing enough damage. And when you're grouped up as Supremacy, I feel like there is a possibility to try and peel away, even though Olaf can become unstoppable. You know, you have the healing from Sanji, you have the Miracle Kick, you have Just Fake's explosive cast as well, and sometimes there is a way for you to try and defend these carries, but my god, this Olaf.
Oh, the exhaust, that's quite big, but is it big enough? Should be enough right now. Miracle flashes away, and it will be a kill. That should be a shutdown, a huge shutdown for Karakop. So realistically, you'd probably call that worth at the end of the day.
Yeah, huge shutdown. You can see how much gold that Karakop has as well. Most of the gold in this team. But yeah, this Olaf, 14,500 gold. Has the Guardian Angel completed as well. So if Olaf was hard to take down before, he's going to be even harder now, because now he's just going to be able to come back to life and do a lot of damage. But that Dragon fight was really, really interesting. It's more of a little bit of an overextension for Aphelion in the end, and they were able to peel the Corki in the end and do enough damage. And you see the Corki's going for the Essence Reaver Solari, but interesting enough, third item looks like it's going to be going for Trinity Force, it seems like. I thought it might have been a Black Cleaver Corki, which I think is a hot topic at the moment with the Wild Rift community, but it does look like it's going to be Trinity Force as a third item. And interesting enough for Karakop as well, he's gone for the Runa's Hurricane to kind of get a lot of spread damage, especially when you're going to be having the likes of Camille and Olaf and Jarvan diving onto you. I really like this adaptation. Normally with Solari Charge Blade, you look for kind of that single target damage, but I feel like you're never going to really get that with the Kai'Sa this game. We're going to be more focused on trying to spread the damage across the side of Aphelion.
And actually, you can start to see Karakop's gold has shot up massively. He's at 3 really core items for the Kai'Sa. That's a kick. Ooh. Oh, the Black Shield wasn't there in time. That was clean from Miracle. Way too clean and too quick for Mei. And now they're going to be starting to push down towards that middle tower.
Yeah, so 4 versus 5 now, but what do they have up and available at the moment? They can try and get the mid lane tower, but they're trying to go back in, but bubble lands!
They bubble lands, they ice into the cask as well! An overextend from Aphelion, and now Supremacy are starting to punish them for it. They're going to take down the Jarvan, who's lost the GA. He forces to flash away, but he can't quite find the escape, and you can see that Olaf just hanging on the sideline like a lost limb, 0-2, just nothing able for him to do here. And they're going to go down towards that Baron. Maybe 0-2 fancies himself a 1v5 extravaganza, but he's going to need it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it. Camille jumping in a little bit too early, but here comes Olaf.
Here comes Olaf, charging down. The exhaust has already dropped. Karakop now the target, forced to flash away, uses the ultimate to buy some time. There is the stasis as well, and they take down Olaf. But it's 1-for-1. At the end of the day, Olaf drops. He will eventually go down. You can see Fantasy wants to get the kill. It's a double kill for him, but he'll trade his life. Corki picks it up, and Karakop and Corki negotiated that fight with excellence, and they'll keep themselves alive.
I feel like Fantasy and 0-2 did their job though. They were just trying to stall the Baron. They were making sure that the Baron could not go down. But in the end, you can see exhaust going down on Olaf. Karakop having so many shields and everything available. The stasis going down as well. They had to use absolutely everything to try and kill this Olaf, and eventually they did. But Fantasy in the end could have maybe tried to go for a pentakill. Got a double kill in the end. You can see the low health bars on the side of Supremacy, but yeah, in the end, they did their job. They wanted to just stop the Baron. They know that because Arrogance was dead, they didn't have a jungler available, so they knew that the Baron was a main focus for the side of Supremacy. But now is when the Dragon comes up very soon. And this is Elder Infernal Dragon, Scoundrel. So that's a lot of extra damage. And I feel like with the carries that Supremacy have now, with the Kai'Sa, with the Corki and these late game damage scale champions, that it's going to be quite hard to deal with them now.
I think so. I think it's going to be a bit difficult now. You're at late game Corki, late game Kai'Sa stage. That kind of period. You don't have your GAs on Jarvan and Olaf as well. Remember, so those kind of get out of jail free cards are gone. Teleport's coming down towards this Elder Infernal. This is the time where you need to make something happen, but you've lost a lot of the resources and it lost a lot of the momentum that you were working with earlier. Oh wow, Olaf! He's just going in. They caught him off guard with the package. He's dead. And that will be the death of the Galio as well. As they're going in, they're trying to get the taunt off for the time being. There's a nice stasis coming out from the Corkis. They dive onto Karakop, but a beautiful disengaging cask coming out from Just Fake is enough to buy Karakop the space, and he does it. He executes them. That is a huge win for Team Supremacy.
That could be it. That could be the game. They have the bot lane wave. They're going to try and end the game. They don't care about the Elder. 40-second death timers for the side of Supremacy. And after being about 8,000 gold behind It's the carries, it's the Kai'Sa, it's the Corki. We look back at the replay. I want to go back to the game. I want to see if they can finish the game. But in the end, Karakop just being that main late game damage, and that's it. They're going to try and end the game. They have the waves. 50 seconds left, Excelsior. They've done it.
They've done it. They caught and punished too many mistakes here from Aphelion. Aphelions momentum swung the other way. And finally, the late game power of the Corki and the Kai'Sa came to fruition. But I just think that Supremacy got into the groove of understanding how to play these team fights, right? I think they were struggling to understand this strong Olaf. They were like, okay, like, how do we deal with this? He can just run us down. And eventually they kind of got to the point where they were much more capable of splitting focus, drawing Olaf out of fights, and being much better at kiting away as well.
100%. It's the late game carries that we were talking about as well. The Corki and the Kai'Sa, when they scale into late game and they have all this damage as well, they were just able to do it. But it started off well for Aphelion. This early first blood here, really, really well played by 0-2. And they were able to get trades off in the end as well with objectives. And in the end, Aphelion had like an 8,000 gold lead. But as I mentioned, it was them late game carries. It was Karakop, it was Sensio that was able to just dive in at the end of the day and just being able to self-peel as well on top of these carries. And in the end, it was them that came out on top. I feel like Aphelion in the end made a few little mistakes, maybe being caught in the mid lane, and as well as Jarvan being caught in the mid lane, and also that last team fight as well, Olaf being caught down in the duo lane as well. So even though Aphelion did have a gold lead, I feel like there was a few mistakes that allowed Supremacy to get back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this was one of those turning point fights where eventually when Olaf gets isolated, much easier for them to kind of focus him down. I think once Olaf was dead, there wasn't really that many credible threats to the rest of Team Supremacy and Karakop. Actually, I think Karakop kind of got the groove of his ultimate use. This is a little bit of an overextension. Obviously, Fantasy Note came back in here and cleaned up. And I think that was one of the things that Supremacy were getting punished for, is when they were winning, they didn't know when to stop. But eventually, they were able to close things out much more consistently. The exhaust came in clutch a lot of these team fights, by the way. I think as well, some of these stasises, by the way, Stu, were so good. Like, I was just been so impressed with the way that some of these stasises were used in the team fights, like baiting them in to the very last moment and then dropping the stasis and kind of keeping them there to be slaughtered by the rest of by Team Supremacy.
Yeah, 100%. I think going into this tournament, really, we know individually that Supremacy are really, really strong, micro-wise. They're able to do really, really well. It's just like how well they would play as a team, because they haven't been together as a team for a long, long time. And in the end, you can see the stats there in the end. And look at it, it's the Corki Kai'Sa show in the end. 8-3 and 9 on Karakop, and Sensio 6-4 and 12. Just really, really well played going into the late game.
Yeah, I'd love to see the damage stats in these guys, see exactly how much damage these guys are putting out. Karakop and Sensio almost certainly going to be topping their team, but it'd be interesting to see how much Olaf did. 28k for Olaf, but 40k for Karakop. Yeah. 40k damage on that Kai'Sa, but it was kind of a Kai'Sa's playground. Grouped up melee champions, just gets huge value out of Heracathian Rain as well.
Yeah, 100%. And it kind of goes back to the draft, really, as well. We were talking about really in the draft. You can see there, a little bit of a goal lead for Aphelion, but Supremacy somehow come back. I say a little bit of a goal lead. Sorry, over a 6,000 goal lead. So I was looking at the first part. The over a 6,000 goal lead for Aphelion, but just a few mistakes just allow Supremacy to come back. And in the end, you can see even the kills as well. 21 kills to 20. It was a really, really close game. And yeah, like I said, going back to the draft as well, you can see that on the side of Aphelion, they didn't really have enough damage. They have kind of the early game threat. They have that team fight pressure as well from the Morgana, from the Camille Galio. But you can see when it gets into the later stages, when you allow this Corki and Kai'Sa to come online with how much self-peel they can bring with the stasis as well, they were able to just carry out the game really in the end.
Absolutely. It was a really, really excellent game. Let's have a look at the play of the game to see what the highlight moment from that first game was. I think there was a lot of really good highlight team fights, but it feels like one of the turning point fights maybe for Supremacy will be the one that we look at.
Yeah, 100%, and it's going to be the one around the Rift Hell. It was just really, really close to the end. This is one where Karakop a little bit overextended as well. But you can see that Olaf, when he's isolated by himself, the Akathian Rain and all the damage that Karakop can do in the end is really, really strong. But in this team fight, you can see that Karakop's kind of by himself, being able to use the ultimate to get into the backline as well, dodge out all the abilities. But in the end, a little bit overextension. But you can see that at this point of the game, this was where you felt like Supremacy could be able to get the advantage. You can see that the it was kind of the turning point, as you mentioned as well. Even though they did overextend the edge, you can see in that 5 versus 5 team fight that they were able to kind of trade evenly. And as the game gets later and later, as Kaiser and Corki get more and more items, it just gets more and more difficult for Aphelion to try and get onto them carries.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a 1-0 lead to Team Supremacy here. Even though Twitch chat were massively in favor of Aphelion, it's I think we've got a tough series in our hands here. If that first game is anything to go by, we'll see. Is Aphelion fighting for their lives to stay in the Wild Rift European Championship, with Team Supremacy looking to book their slot further on in the lower bracket? For the time being, we are going to take a quick breather. When we are back, we've got one more game in this series, or maybe potentially 2, depending on how Aphelion does, and to see who can book their slot further on in the tournament.
ready?
Welcome back to the Wild Rift European Championship. I'm Scoundrel, joined by Stu, and we have more games to come. Of course, could be one if Supremacy win, could be two if we see a bit of a resurgence from Aphelion. And given their performance, it was not an easy win for Supremacy. That was definitely Aphelion's game to lose, it felt like, but Supremacy able to claw their way back. Pretty exciting game though, Stu, honestly. Probably the best game we've had or at least the best game that I've casted, I think, on the Wild Rift European Championship so far. So back and forth all the way.
Yeah, definitely one of the closest games that I've definitely seen from the WREC so far, and it just shows how close these lower bracket games are, and just shows that both these teams and all these teams in the lower bracket are just putting themselves on the line, because it's do or die now, and especially for Aphelion, they have to try and adapt during this draft, maybe look for maybe a different sort of draft, and maybe look for a sort of late game carry that you can see on the side of Supremacy, so they don't fall into the same traps that they did last time. So yeah, do or die now for Aphelion. They're gonna have to see what we're gonna have to see what happens as we get into our second game.
Well, let's take a look. Obviously, Hell's on the sidelines, ready to. Oh, I think we're gonna have a quick look at the bracket actually to have a look at where we are in the tournament. So we'll quickly do that before we hand over to our boy Hells to talk about some of the key points. You can see Aphelion versus Supremacy currently being underway. Weigers have already secured this place in the next round of the losers bracket, but of course tomorrow we're going to have Blows and Entropic and Mood versus Control to see which of those teams will continue their advancement and keep themselves with a hope of winning the Wild Rift European Championship. But now we have Hells on the sideline ready to talk a little bit about some of the key moments from the last game and what we should be looking forward to in the second game.
Yeah, on to the key points. And this was a very interesting game indeed. And I want to say, I felt I had a great draft, but I want to say something with this. They had a great draft for the early game and the mid game with the Olaf. They executed it well. They were ahead a lot. And Aphelion was actually able to get full control of the map. We saw their dominance throughout this entire game. But then we get to the later game, after the full control of Aphelion on the map, where Supremacy had these amazing team fights. And the late game composition of Supremacy allowed them to do a little better than Aphelion in the very late game, and that was really their whole power, and they abused it perfectly. They had that one instance at the Dragon where they were able to catch out an enemy and get a free kill and win, and after that the Kai'Sa was able to get 4 items, and then it was really over. Supremacy basically drafted for the late game, Aphelion drafted for the early game, and Supremacy was able to come out on top, capitalizing on the mistakes from Aphelion. So that was it for the key points about this, and back to the casters. It's Cameron's turn to get into the draft.
Thank you so much, Hells. I'm very excited for this one. I think maybe see a bit of a shake-up. I actually really loved the draft from Aphelion. I think it had legs. It clearly did what it was supposed to do. It was just the fact they lost the momentum and they weren't able to close it out. And I think that was partly due to just some silly errors in map positioning that kind of gave away too much for free back to Supremacy. But I think they definitely had things to work with from that first game. So let's see how the second round of picks and bans plays out. Stuart, what do you want to see? Do you want to see a ban on the Olaf? Like, that was definitely a problem. Do you want to kind of like put Aphelion into a more awkward spot if you're Supremacy, not let that early game get away with so much?
I want to try and see some sort of, late game kind of guarantee, I guess, on the side of Aphelion. As you said, they executed it really, really well in terms of their previous comp with the early game and the mid game, but it was just the late game that were kind of lacking. But interesting enough, Aphelion deciding to stay on the blue side for this second game. So going to try and look towards his first pick priority as well. And for the moment, the same bans for now is going to be Thresh and Fiora, but we're going to be looking and seeing what they can prioritize as that first pick. The Corki, interesting enough, is the one that is going to get banned out.
Yeah, Corki, that was probably one of the big problems, I would say, like a very, very safe carry that you can play through the mid lane. The set is going to be taken off the board here. Wonder if Supremacy are saying, well, we won't fall for that level 2 Olaf trick again, so we're not particularly worried. I think that was definitely a problem that gave them the platform for kind of like accelerating the game. Ahri ban is an interesting one. I would suppose targeted towards Sensio, but it's definitely a very odd ban that you don't tend to see at competitive level too much. And now we're on to that final ban here. Jace still on the cards, of course. We have the Olaf, and I think Jace will come through as the ban.
I feel like on the side of Supremacy, that they'll take this. They'll lose one champion, which might be Camille again, but then they get the 2 picks again. In the previous game, they got Gragas, they got Lee Sin, which are 2 really strong power picks, and Aphelion only got 1. And this is a great thing about playing on the red side sometimes, is that even though you lose out on that first pick, you're going to trade that for 2 picks over on the red side. But there's a lot of time being whittled down here on the side of Aphelion. They're really thinking about what to pick, and it is going to be that Camille again.
I think Fantasy Note played a good Camille, but it's now about whether Supremacy want to give over the Olaf and the Galio again. Galio could be a very viable first rotation on the red side here if you wanted it for Supremacy and you deny that very strong Galio-Camille combo. It's just about whether they felt that was that much of a threat. And I think you know, if you give Aphelion the chance, they might end up drafting a similar style of composition that worked so well for them. Just, I think the question that Supremacy is going to answer for us is whether they were that concerned about it in the first place. Going to go for the Orianna, so very big, powerful pick that was actually banned, I believe, in the last game.
Yeah, interesting priority on the side of Supremacy. Could be mid lane because we know that Karakop likes to play these traditional carries in the Dragon lane. But interesting enough, it is a very, very high priority on Orianna. Braga's still open, Lee Sin's still open if Miracle wants that again as well. As you mentioned, you know, Orianna was banned last game, so maybe they just want to take that away because they feel like maybe Aphelion is going to pick it instead. And Jax as well, which I think is the other champion that got banned in the previous game as well.
Yeah, Jax is open this time round, so we could potentially be seeing some Jax antics in the jungle here. Let's see where Aphelion want to shift their priorities, whether they go back for that Galio to secure that combo, whether they go for the Morgana, which was, I think, you know, versus a Jax and Orianna, Morgana could be a relatively decent shout. Obviously, your Black Shield doesn't tend to last long versus Orianna, but it could, you know, protect against certain things. But it'll be the Lee Sin. Nice pickup. It's a decent pick into the Jax specifically. Can be a bit more aggressive before Jax gets too strong. Maybe the Galio or the Morgana would be still open for consideration here for Aphelion.
Yeah, again, Aphelion trying to go for the early game spikes, and yep, Diana as well, another great team fight. And again, it looks like Aphelion are going more towards this team fight comp. They already have the ultimates for Camille and Diana to kind of lock down the members of Supremacy, and they have the early game pressure from the Lee Sin as well that can look to try and roam around the map, which I felt like they didn't really have in the previous game. But now Rakan as well, we're seeing two very, very different drafts this time. Galio not being picked at all, and Lee Sin, interesting enough, not being picked on the red side and being left over to the blue side for their second picks. But going to the second ban phase as well, we're seeing, you know, Orianna could be played in the Dragon lane. It's going to be interesting to see what the bans come out for Supremacy. Will it be them Dragon lane champions, or will it be kind of the mid laners? Morgana, very, very strong champion at the moment. Interestingly, didn't get picked in the first round, so they're not going to be able to play the Morgana this time around. But I feel like Aphelion already have a really good all-round team comp. They have, like I said, the early game damage and the early game pressure from Lee Sin. We also have the late game pressure of Camille and Diana in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, there is, when it comes to, I talk about this a lot, when it comes to assessing late game, I don't tend to draw too much on the power of a champion unless it's something like Vayne, which is just so obnoxiously good in the late game that's going to be a win condition for you. I always think about like how a team actually wins with their comp in the late game. Like, doesn't matter how good that champion is, like if it can't do its job, right? You know, a Vayne can still be shut down by certain elements of an enemy comp, no matter how far into the game you go. So I think that's one thing that we should keep our eyes on. Even though they've got the scaling potential of the Orianna and the Jax, it's about how they are choosing to activate the Orianna and the Jax. Are they going to be split pushing with the Jax to win? Are they going to be trying to play around teamfight and Orianna's presence in the late game in that way? That's something that we kind of want to keep our eyes peeled for, as the bans have now concluded. The Morgana and Galio have been taken off the cards here for Supremacy. They kind of went all the way through that first pick phase, and they will get banned away. And Darius, strong anti-melee champion, gets locked in here for Team Supremacy.
Yeah, it feels like it is going to be the Dragon lane Orianna in the end. They are leaving it, sorry, for the last pick, for the flex pick. So they could choose whether to put the Orianna in the mid lane or choose to put it down in the Dragon lane. So no surprise that Darius gets picked up as a Baron lane champion, which means that Jax will be going into the jungle. And interesting enough, Veigar is the one picking up the Kai'Sa this time around. So again, more late game insurance now on the side of Aphelion, and also the Nami as well. So kind of taking a page out of Supremacy's book for this second game.
I mean, Nami and Kai'Sa is super strong, but the Yasuo, is that Yasuo mid lane, Orianna, Rakan bot with the Jax and the Darius in the top side of the map? That's very interesting. Obviously, the Rakan and the Orianna are your kind of like supporting cast for the Yasuo in this sense. Just feels a little interesting to see that one come out. Obviously, it means that we'll have Darius shoved in top versus the Camille, which is technically a good matchup for the Camille. And then we have the Yasuo versus the Diana, which can go either way depending on what point you engage in that lane matchup. So very interesting. Aphelion have gone back to their traditional kind of comp, whereas it actually feels like Supremacy are the one that have switched things up this time around.
Yeah, I felt like they've kind of switched around in terms of comps, really, to be fair. I think Supremacy, the ones now, they're going to look to try and go for these team fights, look for the wombo combo. You can see that the wombo combo is there, the quickness from Rakan, the knock up into the shockwave, into the Yasuo ultimate as well at the same time. And it's going to be the side of Aphelion now that are going to be trying to peel for this Kai'Sa. You got the Nami to peel, you got the Kai'Sa that's going to like to try and defend themselves as well against this Supremacy lineup.
Who do you think is going to win, guys? Make sure you're getting your votes in the chat. A lot of Aphelion supporters last time round. Has it changed your mind now that Supremacy have ended up winning that first game? I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. We'll obviously show the results later on in the game itself. But Stu, what do you think? Compositionally, who is your money with this time round?
I mean, Supremacy do have a pretty good team fight comp on the other side as well. You've got the Kai'Sa. You know, Kai'Sa, one of my favorite champions. I think I always have to go and vote for the team that has Kai'Sa on their side. But it's going to be about trying to get onto the Kai'Sa and how easily Supremacy can get onto the Kai'Sa. I do feel like Aphelion can come out on top in this game because they did have the early game advantage as well in the previous game. But again, as you mentioned before, and as I mentioned as well, it's just the little mistakes for Aphelion that allowed Supremacy to come back into the game previously.
Let's see. It's going to be a hard one. Aphelion maybe having the weight of being kicked out of the WREC on their minds in this particular. I think we get the knock up here for the bot lane already. Huge amount of damage coming down.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the side of Mei already, and you can see that there is that possibility of the Rakan as well and how much damage that they could do as well. But you can already see that Arrogance is moving down to this dual lane already. Might be trying to look for engage. There's a fight in the dual lane as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be first blood. Caught in HD. Arrogance picks up the first kill of the game. Over aggression from Sanji gets punished. That's a good start for Aphelion, and now Senshio has to be a little careful. He doesn't have the support of his jungler just yet, and Lee is already making his way up towards that mid lane.
Yep, Lee Sin in the end not being able to go. It's like my mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes. But luckily he went with his mind there and he didn't follow up on the Q. But you can see the early aggression already from the Lee Sin and in this dual lane as well. As you said, a little bit of an overextension, but I felt like it was a bit of an interesting jungle path for Arrogance. He decided in the end, oh, there was another exchange as well in the mid lane. But interesting enough, Arrogance didn't go for the Raptors in the end. He just went around, done his red buff, and then went down to his golems as well and was like, yeah, I'm just going to level 2 gank in a dual lane because of the overextension.
Yeah, I mean, it was just 2 gank there coming out from Aphelion, specifically from Arrogance, and already off to a relatively good start with a small gold lead to work with at this time. You can see they are trying to funnel Miracle as much as possible. He wasn't able to go for the blue invade on Lee's side, but will now work his way towards his own blue side jungle, which has got a decent amount of vision control on the entrances and in the jungle itself.
Yeah, they're coming in the bot lane again. You can see how much damage the bot lane of on the side of Supremacy could do, and there's a lot of fights in the barrel lane as well, but no one going down just as yet. But you can see that Supremacy is still playing really, really aggressive down in this dual lane, even though the Lee Sin could be there again. And that's kind of what I wanted to see for the side of Aphelion. You know, they did really well in the previous game with their kind of early game aggression, and also with because they have the Lee Sin now, they kind of need to go for this early game aggression to try and get an advantage early on. It does look like they've got that already, nearly a 1,000 goal lead already at 3 minutes, which is not really too much, but a goal lead is still a goal lead. Now Arrogance looking up into the barrel lane as well, but Honeyfruit, luckily for Just Fake, just comes up in time and he's able to heal back up. But Arrogance is not finished here. They're both trying to invade the golems for now, but even more aggression as well down in this dual lane. And I like the dual lane is definitely the talking point, especially with Karakot being able to do so well in the previous game. Now on this Orianna, another late game scaling champion, a little bit different to the Kai'Sa, but we're going to be seeing how that makes it a little bit different. But there's going to be engage in top lane.
They're going to get the engage straight onto the Darius. Another kill set up by Arrogance, and he'll reap the rewards. Another good start for Aphelion. This time not actually relying on a level 2 cheese, but much better map presence and doing exactly what the Lee Sin is designed to do in the jungle, which is just put pressure early where Jax is unable to respond. And you can already see that gold discrepancy opening up between the two junglers. Miracle falling behind pretty heavily compared to the Lee Sin.
And this is kind of the problem with Jax, really. You don't really have that early game pressure of the Lee Sin. You'll most likely see Jax's, try to farm up as much as possible and look to maybe split push, which we saw a lot in the Horizon Cup last year as well. But now Miracle's going to know that the Rift Herald is going to be started up and Arrogance is there as well. But you can see there, Miracle's pretty much nearly a full level behind already from the side of on the side of Arrogance as well. And that's not something you want to be in for the side of Jax. Obviously, you don't really have that sort of early game pressure that I mentioned for Jax already, but they're going in on Baron lane again.
Yeah, trying to put pressure on, but they will end up losing the mid lane in the time being. So again, pressure on the Baron lane is resulting with good, swift decisions coming out from Team Supremacy. Wow, I can't talk. Supremacy in mid might actually let the first tower of the game go down here, but they don't quite have the minion wave to work with. They are desperately shoving that in. They are racing against the top side of the map. Zero-Zoo. He flashes in. He actually catches him off guard, but that is going to be the exhaust coming through. Will trade back. Beautiful outplay from 0-2 to flush away from the knock-up. Does end up losing first tower of the game over to Supremacy, though. We'll take a look at what happened here. Stun onto Mei. You can see here they go in. Beautiful double knock-up straight into a beautiful shockwave as well. That was Miracle then securing the kill mid.
Yeah, Supremacy in the end prioritizing that mid wave, prioritizing trying to get it. And in the end, you can see kind of the problem that you might have if you're on the side of a Fedion with not a lot of wave clear in the mid lane. You have a Kai'Sa that has really, really short range. And you can see that because you have to walk up so far and because you kind of can overextend a little bit, you can see that Supremacy in the end were able to take the mid lane tower in the end, which allows Supremacy to kind of roam around the map a little bit more. But yeah, that dual lane play as well on the side of 0-2, as you said, being able to flash the tornado into the ultimate as well, pull Yasuo in, and even though Yasuo did have the exhaust in the end, 0-2 was able to get the nice cheeky solo kill that we love to see.
Even game again, realistically, at the start of this match. Carrot Cop scaling up nicely, but it is the jungler from Aphelion that is really powering his team forward. 0-2, I've been impressed with this guy, by the way, Stuart. I've really been impressed with 0-2. I think he is maybe a name that we need to keep our eyes on. Beautiful mechanical outplays from this guy. In both games, really feels like he's had a huge impact for his team, and just taking on Sensio like that, even with the exhaust, through the exhaust, and able to get the kill was very impressive.
Yeah, 100%. You can see that Aphelion, can have that, and you can see that the tables have turned for Twitch chat. I think the first game definitely helped him out a lot, but now Sensio and 0-2, they're fighting again. It's another 1v1.
It's the exhaust that comes through. Unfortunately, level disadvantage. He's forced to flush away. He dodges away from Sonic Wave, but he flash kicks. He was never escaping that 4-man dive with the Herald being dropped on the bottom side of the map here. And you can see they're trying to respond on top side. Will be tit for tat, tower for tower at the end of the day. And I actually like what I'm seeing from. They're going to try and knock up. Charm comes through onto Fantasy Note, who will just jump over the wall. I think he's trying to delay the back so that maybe the Rift Herald gets a second charge off. But I think the minion wave, is it going to do enough? No, I think we're going to get a second charge. The decent use of the Rift Herald.
Yeah, very, very good use of the Rift Herald. I'm not too sure if it actually did get a charge in the end. Oh, yeah, it did in the end. Yeah, just eventually did in the end. But yeah, as you mentioned, really, really good use of Rift Herald. But what I really like for Supremacy at the moment is that they're being reactive. They're not just sitting back. They're not farming up. They're trying to trade in objectives. So even though, we talk about the start of the game with the mid lane trade, they got the mid lane tower in exchange for a few kills. They now just got the Baron lane tower for the duo lane tower as well. So not just sitting back. They're not trying to farm up and kind of say to Aphelion, look, you can just take whatever you want. We're scaling up into the late game. They're actually taking it to Aphelion as well at the same time, just saying, okay, we're not going to let you run over us. We're still going to try and trade across the rest of the map, and they still have that mid lane priority as well. They still have the mid lane tower up and available for Supremacy.
This is a close game, Stuart. Tense for the mistakes that are on for both of these teams. Obviously, Supremacy have got a little bit of a cushion, but a win here would secure them a advancement in the losers bracket. Whereas Aphelion, they are holding on right now. Feels like it's Arrogance and 0-2 versus the world, but they are definitely putting up a good fight. And Fantasy Note having a good game on the Camille once more. Carrot Cop is accelerating away from his opposite number, though. Nearly at 7k gold in his back pocket. He is the richest person on his team and also the scariest person as the game progresses.
Yeah, but even though you don't normally see Orion as that late game carry, and we saw in the last game as well, even though that he was on the Kai'Sa, still getting that gold lead and still showing that he could do really well. But Sanji and Sensio need to be a little bit careful. Kai'Sa and Nami are roaming down as well, but I think they should be completely fine unless
they're going in. Sensio doesn't have that flash, tries to dive across the wall, doesn't quite get it, and still getting caught out by these 4-man roams. Time and time again, this seems to happen, just an overextension and lack of vision in their own jungle. And it's going to lead to losing out on this Cloud Dragon. Gets taken down way too quickly. Nothing they can do about it. And I don't even think they're going to be able to take down that Herald. I think that's going to go down too quickly also. We're going to see a fight here, and a fight that Supremacy are not particularly well equipped to take. And they go in. That's going to be the stun straight on to 0-2. As Nami ultimate, they're going to have to sacrifice their team, you feel, as Carrot Cop flashes into a pit. He can't escape from this situation. And that is a huge win from Raphelion. Huge win from Raphelion. They lose the Rift Herald, but they get a massive win around the objective and now can potentially push down mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and get this mid lane tower now, and that will open up the map so much for Raphelion, as you can see. Nice and easy in the end, but Supremacy, you know, getting a little bit caught out in the Dura lane. Yasuo getting caught out, which allowed Raphelion to be able to take that dragon. And in the end, Supremacy were like, okay, we're going to try and take the Rift Herald. But they were so slow with taking the Rift Herald. And as we look back to this fight as well, really good ultimate by 0-2, and also the Nami wave as well by Mei. And Karakop, unfortunately, maybe misplacing his flash a little bit and flashing back into the pit, which is not somewhere he wanted to be. But yeah, as you said, 3,000 gold lead now on the side of Aphelion, and now it's all about Aphelion. It's all about what they're going to try and do to try and accelerate this gold lead. Now you can see in the previous game they were trying to do the same thing, but a little bit of a few oversteps on the side of Aphelion allowed Supremacy to get back into this game. And it's actually Sanji, the one that's playing aggressive this time. But I feel like this time, Aphelion are a bit more well-equipped for the late game. They have the Kai'Sa, they have the Diana, they also have Camille, which was in the last game as well. But I feel like in the last game, they didn't really have that sort of late-game threat. But this game, they definitely have a few champions that could definitely be a big threat for the side of Supremacy.
But they need to get there. They need to get to that point where they are a big enough threat to really worry Aphelion. And you've also got to remember how good like Kai'Sa and Diana are in their own right, and Camille too. And you can see that Aphelion are trying to split map pressure right now. They're trying to put waves into both top and mid and bot as well. They're just trying to shove waves in every direction, just continuously pressure out and allow them to push their vision line up through the river. You can see vision has been excellent for Aphelion all game and very lackluster for Supremacy. And I think just by being able to control these waves, it's allowing Aphelion the chance to push this vision wave up, push this vision line up, and try and make those catches that they've been making in the side lanes, which has been catching, honestly, been catching Supremacy off guard for the most part.
Yeah, Supremacy trying to get a little bit of vision control in their own jungle. They don't have any vision at all in at all really on the map, to be fair. We talk about vision, there's a ward down in the river, which eventually they get a little bit of vision. But as you said, it's more this game, it's been Supremacy the ones being caught out in the side waves, and Aphelion doing really well to try and use that early game pressure. But now Fancy, could be in a bit of trouble, but he has help.
Yeah, and again, it is Sensio looking for a 1v1 when he does not have the vision to support it. And just, I'm not sure what Supremacy are doing on the map right now. How is it that Aphelion are able to rotate their units across the map, rotate their players across the map with absolutely no repercussions? And it just cuts in the same way. It's a great kick as well. Straight into the Darius gets taken down very low. They're going to pull Sanji in. It's a beautiful knock-up, has to go into the stun, but it's not there. From Miracle, he doesn't have it ready. And he goes down. And Carrot Cop now the focus. He'll be chunked into the low amounts of HP and it'll be unstoppable for 0-2. That'll be Baron now for Aphelion.
Yeah, Baron indeed. And again, you have to look at Sensio again, as you mentioned, being caught out in that Dura lane. And if he was there for that fight instead, it would have been huge. I think Rakan got like a 4 or 5 man knock-up in the end. And if you have Sensio's ultimate to follow that up, that's the way that Supremacy can win. They have the wombo combo there, but they're never groups. They're never even a stalemate, really. They're always, I feel like, at a disadvantage in all of these fights. And as you can see, the Nami wave was absolutely huge, again, by Mei, knocking up multiple members. But look, the knock-up was there. A Miracle tried to follow it up, but unfortunately for him, he can't do enough damage yet. He's not at that kind of a late-game Jax that you like to see, the 3, the 4 items that we like to see from Jax. But yeah, Sensio in this side lane, again, trying to play a little bit aggressive, but it's not working out for him. And Aphelion, I don't want to jinx it, but we could be getting our first 3-game series of the Wild Rift European Championship.
Oh, it could be indeed, and I think right now it looks like that's going to be likely to be the case. Aphelion just pushing down the mid lane with that Baron. They've been playing so well around the side lanes this game, catching Supremacy off guard. Supremacy just didn't have the vision, but they're going for the engage. Oh, there's a combo into the 4-man Yasuo ultimate, but it's not enough. Diana too tanky. They don't get the damage off. The setup was brilliant, but right now Aphelion are just too far ahead. They're going to push with Baron. This is going to be the end of the game, surely. It was a Hail Mary play. It looked damn flashy, but it wasn't good enough with Aphelion being just too far ahead. We are going to game 3.
Oh my god. I feel like it was just a little bit too late though for Supremacy. You can see that the wombo combo is there. The threat is there for Supremacy. But they were just falling further and further behind this game, getting caught out across the map. And Scoundrel, we finally get a 3-game series in the Wild Rift European Championship.
We finally get a 3-game series. Yes, I cannot believe it. It's not something that's happened in this championship so far, but we expected the games to be closer in this part of the bracket. We expected these teams to be able to go blow for blow. I will say that I think Aphelion actually looked the better team across the 2 games in all, you know, in total. I think the Aphelion have looked the better team so far. Supremacy have kind of got a bit of a challenge, I feel. 0-2 has been an absolute beast on this Diana. Just so many good outplays, Stu.
Yeah, 100%. The Diana was definitely the... I feel like the pick, and I think May as well. I definitely a big shout out to May as well with the Nanami tidal waves, which we'll probably see in these replays and in these highlights as well. But I felt like it was just Sensio. It was just on the sideways. It was just Supremacy just being caught out, and in the end, they weren't able to land the wombo combo until right at the end. But it was just too little, too late for the side of Supremacy. And as you said, I totally agree with you. I feel like Aphelion has definitely been a stronger team in these first 2 games. If it wasn't for them small little outplays in that first game, they definitely could have taken the first game as well.
I think so, and I think Aphelion definitely looking at the favourites coming into this final game of the series. Can't believe we're going to a final game of the series. It's something that we haven't got to say too much on this broadcast thus far. I'm pretty excited. Aphelion have definitely surprised a lot of people coming in here. That was a beautiful, beautiful play, but it just was too little too late, you feel like, for Team Supremacy. They couldn't find those opportunities beforehand, and they were punished too heavily in the side lanes. I think the Supremacy would, if they go back and look at that game, they need to think about their vision control and how little vision they really put down. Again, the Yasuo, it didn't really work. It didn't land. It didn't make a huge amount of sense for what it was supposed to do, and Sensio never quite able to make the 1v1s happen either.
Yeah, 0-5 and 0 in the end on the Yasuo, and even Just Fake as well, being really targeted as well in the Baron lane. We haven't spoke about it a lot, but Just Fake was dove, I think, 2 or 3 times up in the Baron lane. But I think multiple members on the side of Aphelion played really, really well. Fancy Not on the Camille doing really well. Arrogance as well with the early game pressure of the Lee Sin was so huge. 0-2 as well with the 1v1 outplays, and May as well with the Nami tidal waves. And I think overall Aphelion, a really, really solid performance. You can see the damage numbers there as well. Diana doing the most damage, and Kai'Sa didn't really do too much this game, but still can do enough damage with that late game scaling. As you can see, it was an even game throughout, but it was just them catches that Aphelion were able to find that allowed them to get into them 4 versus 5 situations. And even in the end as well, when the Supremacy did land that wombo combo that we mentioned, it was just too little too late.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the end of the day, they just unable to really kind of make it land this time round. It was a beautiful play to watch though, if I'm completely honest with you. Despite the loss, I think it was a really, really nice play to watch. Stu, final game though, you know, that's where we're heading. What do you think needs to happen here for both teams? Like, is there a strategy that Supremacy can employ? Is there picks and bans that they can shift up, or you know, Aphelion have shown they're pretty decent in 2 very different types of comp?
100%, I totally agree with you. I feel like if the sides are going to be staying the same again, it's going to be interesting to see how the bans are going to adapt as well. Will Supremacy be moving on to the blue side now? I feel like in the previous game, the 2 red side picks that Supremacy prioritized, the Jax and the Orianna, didn't really work too well. We didn't really see the Jax at all, and it was really, really hard for the Jax to kind of get going in this game.
Let's just take a look at the play of the game then, which was the highlight moment. If I had my way, it's definitely that 5-man Yasuo that resulted in nothing, but let's see which one the play of the game was. That Rift Herald play. That was honestly a really nice engage from Aphelion, honestly.
Yeah, 100%. It was the Dino Ultimate into the tidal wave as well. And that kind of what allowed Aphelion to be able to accelerate their goal lead and being able to take that advantage that little bit further and take us to a game 3.
Absolutely. That is exactly where we are going. When we are back, obviously we are taking a short break in a moment, but when we are back, we'll have that final game of this loser bracket round between Aphelion and Team Supremacy. Everything on the line for both of these teams, because if you lose, you're out. You go home, you've got nothing. If you win, you are through to that next round. You still have a shot at winning the Wild Rift European Championship. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
I knew it would end this way. Writing on the wall was plain safe. Tried my best, still broke your heart. Lost the only thing I wanted from the start. All the rumors are true. I'm a mess here, and it's all because of you. Turn this water into wine. Yeah, you're used to every time. Take these books, make them shine. Be my nasty, make it hide. Oh, turn this water into wine. Brave to admit. Afraid if we talk, I'll let it slip. I'm not usually like this. Can't shake the feeling, something here that I can't fix. Now I break, I don't bend. Ignorance is bliss. Had no idea what I was missing then. Turn this water into wine. Yeah, you're used to every time. Take these books, make them shine. Be my nasty, make it hide. Oh, turn this water into wine. Make them shine. Make them. Turn this water into wine. The night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. You ready?
We're entering our third game of this losers bracket round between Aphelion and Supremacy. The first time we've had 3 games in the WREC, and the first time either of these teams will now be facing a certain elimination if they end up losing this match. Obviously for Supremacy, they had that game cushion. It was brought back by Aphelion in the previous round, and now we are all the way to the wire when it comes to these two guys. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, I think Aphelion have looked the better team over the course of the last 2 games. I think they have looked better all round, and I think realistically Supremacy need to do something pretty special to get control of that early game. They are giving away too much for free in the early game. They are letting, or they're giving control over to Aphelion, who have looked better mechanically, have looked better macro-wise. and I think in general have just looked more solid all round. I believe, actually, Stu, I was going to bring you in there, but I've been told that Hells is actually ready to have a chat. So let's have a chat to Hells about the key points for our third game.
Yeah, sorry guys, I just have to share this important info right here. So the draft was similar as last game, and what I mean with that is Aphelion had an incredibly strong early mid-game composition with the Lee Sin, and Supremacy had the late-game composition. Supremacy had a really strong late-game composition, by the way. They had that incredible combo with the Yasuo and the Rakan, and they had the Jax. But, well, first we're going to talk about Supremacy because they did quite a good job. They did quite a good job holding on. They did quite a good job holding on this game because they weren't too behind. But then throughout the late game, Aphelion did an even better job pushing through. We saw Aphelion constantly catching out at Yasuo. And even though Supremacy seemed to be doing fine holding on, because they were only like 3,000-4,000 gold behind, Aphelion just did much better. And they got that Diana super ahead in the game, and they were able to just completely wipe through the team every single time. So that's it for the key points. It's going to be very interesting to be watching the third game. And yeah, tossing it back to you guys to be casting the third game. Let's come on, Stuart.
Well, Stu, now I'm going to let you talk. Let's talk about this third game. What do you think? What are your thoughts heading into this final game of the series?
I think you mentioned it a little bit already, but the early game of Aphelion, I really don't want to see the Lee Sin really at all in this series. I think in both games, the Lee Sin has been definitely a high priority for both these teams. And I don't think you want to give over Arrogance, the Lee Sin to Arrogance. He's been really strong on the Lee Sin, and yeah, as you said already, it's about Supremacy. What are they going to look to try and do to kind of slow down Aphelion's early aggression? Because both times Supremacy have kind of drafted this kind of late game team comp, but it's the early game pressure that they're giving up, and it's kind of these side lane pressures as well that they're giving up. And in the end, that's what's kind of putting them on the back foot as well going into this third game.
I think so. I think also draft is going to be really important too. As you mentioned, the Lee Sin was very pivotal in that game and was previously taken off the cards. So Lee Sin definitely feeling like a key pick for this series overall. Miracle didn't. I mean, I don't think you can afford to be passive. I don't think you can afford to pick a pick like Jax and then just not play Jax the way that you have seen it played across many regions in the world. Too passive, let too much of the game get away from you. And I don't think you can afford to play Jax jungle when your laners are not as self-sufficient and able to kind of repel the kind of early game pressure that we were seeing this time around from Aphelion. Let's see how it plays out though. Again, objective fights proved to be the name of the game too. This time around, it was the Rift Herald that kind of caused the problems, and that decision to kind of desperately pick up the Rift Herald when they lost out on that first dragon is kind of what undid Supremacy in that first game.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Now, I really want to know if Supremacy are going to be picking blue side or red side. There we go. We have to switch up. Supremacy are now on the blue side. I feel like this is going to change up the draft a lot in this series. Now that Aphelion on the red side, are they going to be, banning out the likes of Set, the likes of Jace? But there you go. There's a blue side ban for Lee Sin. Really like this ban as well. And it's just, this is what blue side allows you to do, even though you can get that first pick as well, but it allows you to ban out champions that are maybe not as strong, but just more picking champions that are kind of more focused towards the enemy team.
Absolutely. And you'll see here as well, they are maybe going to leave open something that they think is really strong. The Set does go down though. Maybe they leave open the Fiora for Just Fake. Like, it's something that he can play relatively well, and usually Fiora forms an early ban if you're going to get rid of it. We'll see. Maybe Aphelion chooses to do that. The Jace goes down. Fiora really the strong remaining power pick on the table at this point in time. We'll see if Team Supremacy choose to get rid of it, or they leave that open and that decision there for Aphelion should they want to take it.
Yeah, both games, Aphelion has first picked the Camille, and the Camille is also still open. Interestingly enough, Supremacy bans Set on the blue side, and they're going to be banning away the Camille as well. So I think, as you mentioned already, I think they're definitely looking to try and get this Fiora first pick, especially when you don't, ban it away as well. But now it's on the side of Aphelion. Do they want to ban away this Fiora? Do they want to ban away something else? It is going to be the Fiora banned away. So looking at first picks now, you got the Gragas, you got the Varus, which we haven't really seen too much of this series, but he still can be a possible first pick for Carrot Cop. You have Garen, interestingly enough. I don't actually remember. I don't think Garen has been banned, or well, it hasn't been picked definitely, but I don't think it's even been banned in this series.
Not this series. He got picked in the last series, right? But not been picked in this series. It'll be the Darius that comes through. this time around. Very early Darius. Darius is a pretty solid blind Baron lane pick. Like, he's also been flexed to mid occasionally, depending on the matchup. But yeah, we'll see the Lulu. Ooh, does that mean that Vayne is on the cards here for Baige? Like, it's an interesting thought. I would say the Jinx is significantly less viable in competitive, especially when you already see a Garen. But a Lulu does signify a Vayne, who is very good at dealing with Garens.
I like this because now on the side of Supremacy, you have to think to yourself, wait, do we have to pick Vayne ourselves? Is there going to be, a little bit of a problem? Instead, they go for the Corki, but interesting priority on Lulu, to be fair. It means that Olaf is up and available as well. Lulu Olaf is another really, really strong combo that we've seen before in Wild Rift. But again, it's more to do with like you said, that Vayne. And now it's going to be on the side of Supremacy. Do they want to pick Vayne here, or do they want to let it through? And if Felion don't pick it in this last pick that they have in the first round, I feel like Supremacy are just going to ban it away.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Supremacy feel like they have to. They go for the Olaf here, so they don't want to give Olaf over to anyone on the side of Felion, and think the Olaf Lulu was scarier maybe than the Vayne Lulu to them. Plus also Vayne outside of the Lulu pick is decent, but not absolutely insane. So I think, that was a relatively calculated decision here from Supremacy. You can see they were really thinking about that one. And now the question is, does Aphelion want to show their hand and go for the Vayne? Because you feel like Supremacy might end up banning it, but it's the Jarvans. So still essentially leaving that decision open to Supremacy, saying, do you think that we're going to pick Vayne? And if so, are you going to ban it?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the interesting point of this draft right now, is that if they're going to ban it away or not. But like you said, they're more focused on the Olaf picking away, the Olaf instead. And we saw 0-2 in the first game as well be really, really dominant with the mid lane Olaf, but Lulu still has two, pretty good targets to use Wild Growth on. Garrus and Jarvan are still really, really good targets to use Wild Growth on. But I'm just really curious with this early game priority for, not early game, sorry, the early draft priority for Lulu. If you're not going to be picking Vayne as well in the first draft phase, what's the other focus? Unless it was maybe the Olaf, but Supremacy kind of
read it. Maybe they read it. Yeah, they might have read the Olaf. The Jinx is obviously something to think about. I think that you could even think about having a Yasuo pickup for 0-2 to combine with like the Jarvan and the Lulu knockup. I think there are options. There are things to think about for sure. I think you do become quite AD heavy, unfortunately, if you pick up the Yasuo. But it is the Vayne, so therefore called the bluff. Said, feel free to ban it. Feel free to ban it, if not, we're just going to pick it, and they did. They went for it.
But I feel like Supremacy should have known this as well. I feel like they definitely got something up their sleeves that they could have countered with it. It's going to be Xayah, very early game dominant, champion that can do well against the Vayne as well. Has the range, has the feathers as a sort of a target as well. And maybe they don't have the Rakan. Rakan was banned away with Ari on the side of Felion, so it's not going to be Xayah Rakan, but who else could it be? Could it be double enchanter support? Could it be maybe Nami again? I don't think I've seen double enchanters in a support role in competitive Wild Rift for a long, long time.
It will be Nami, which is a relatively solid pairing if you want to be aggressive. Also, Lulu sucks versus Nami, so it's difficult. I mean, Lulu sucks versus Orianna, which would be another really good bot lane pick to kind of thread into this comp, but. It is what it is. Still got a pretty lane dominant matchup here for Supremacy. A lot of pressure on Sanji and Carrot's head to put pressure on the Vayne. Akali comes out as the final pick here for 0-2. That is super interesting to me.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they definitely had to go for some sort of AP damage with Diana banned out as well, with Ari banned out. Orianna was up and available, but interestingly enough, we don't really see Orianna in the mid lane that much anymore. We mainly see her down in the duo lane. With Vayne Lulu already been picked, they had to go for something else. It is going to be Akali. Now, Akali, I feel like is a pretty decent pick, especially with 3 squishy members on the side of Team Supremacy. You got Nami, you got Xayah, and also Corki that she can focus on. But it's just being able to get onto there as well, and you have to get through the likes of Olaf and Garen to be able to get to that back line.
This is interesting. I mean, obviously the Vayne is the real linchpin of this composition right now. She's the one that can deal pretty effectively with the Garen and the Olaf, depending on how late into the game we go. And I think the problem that Team Supremacy are going to face is they don't really have anyone that is going to immediately be able to delete the Vayne, right? You haven't got someone that's like Camille that can lock them down. You haven't got an assassin that can maybe kind of single out the Vayne. You have team that runs at Vayne, and honestly, Vayne loves that. Vayne loves being ran at because she can kite for days, and that's the problem that I think Team Supremacy are going to face here. They really need to wrestle control of that early game and kind of snowball through the mid game, which is from what we've seen, not been a strength of theirs in this series. So Aphelion, I feel, come in a good spot in this particular game.
Yep, get your votes in as well in Twitch chat, as you saw as well. It's going to be interesting to see what they vote for. They went for Aphelion in the first game, then they switched things up to Supremacy, but now it's the third game and it's the decider now. Sorry, I can't even get my words out. The decider between these two teams. You know, whoever loses this one is out the tournament. They have to try and go through the last chance qualifier and try and get to Barcelona. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned already the Aphelion's kind of early game pressure, but with the likes of you know, the Lulu and the Vayne now and the Akali as well, I feel like they don't have the same sort of early game pressure that they had in the two previous games.
Absolutely not. I think you know, really you're having to play through maybe the Darius and the Akali here, and you're definitely going to struggle at the first couple of objective fights. That's for certain. I really feel like that's where Supremacy are going to have a slight edge. You can see that Just Fake. This is a tough matchup. Actually, you do have to be a little careful. Really got to make sure you're always using your grasp proc as Garen to ensure that you're just going to trade effectively every time. If you don't manage to use your grasp bonk, I call it, then you have to kind of wait for another opportunity to go in.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a little bit, especially at level 5 as well. I feel like Darius could definitely do something. And with the stacks building up as well, you can see Just Fake already having a bit of a difficult time. He does have to take the honey fruit already, and the jungle is looking to try and help out the mid laners, trying to push out. And you can already see Sanji as well trying to rotate around them. Maybe looking for this first Rift Scuttler fight.
Oh, that's actually going in from 0-2, but he will back out using the Shroud, knowing that there was too much of a rotation, too much priority. I think this is a bit different. This is rough actually. Fantasy Note has actually got the barrier. He's going to force the flash away. There is an ignite. He ignites him. He bonks him. Oh, no. I mean, I looked at two players who looked like they were playing with no hands, but it looks like Fake came out on top.
That was a little bit harsh. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, in the end, it was, there could be more fights as well, as Miracle went for the invade, but I don't think nothing's going to come across from that. But yeah, in the end, it was the ignite difference in the end. I feel like Fantasy Note tried to use the barrier to kind of predict when the ignite was going to be used and predict when Just Fake was going in, but Just Fake was like, okay, you use your barrier, you flashed in as well, I'm just going to bonk you, as you said, and just ignite you and you're dead.
Yeah, it was a really nice flash from Fake, honestly. He essentially knew that he couldn't sit in the trade with barrier up, so he flashes away. Now has level 5, by the way, looking to go in, doesn't quite have it, needs to look for the spin, but the bonk is there. It's bonk number 2. Probably going to die as the Cataclysm is forced, but that is a lot of pressure. Now, being essentially forced through top lane here for Aphelion. Great start for Just Fake, really popping off in the Garen to begin with.
Yep, you as a previous Garen main as well can realize the feeling of just bonking everyone, just especially in the laning phase as well as. Yeah, as you said, you know, a big lead at the moment for Just Fake, and as you said, more pressure as well in this top lane. Miracle, interesting enough, going over to the top lane now as well. But the problem is that the wave is pushing towards Fantasy Note at the moment, unless he does that and he uses his abilities to push the lane out again. But Miracle, I felt like wasting a little bit of time, but they're going to look to try and go in again, but nothing going to be coming across to that. Just going to be pushing out the wave and looking to try and go back and go towards these first objectives.
That first objective will be something to keep our eyes on, because of course, not a particularly strong early game comp from Aphelion. Whether they can actually fight around these objectives is another question. You know, they will have the Cataclysm up and available for them there or thereabouts. They are hitting some item spikes. I just saw the Black Cleaver filter into Arrogance's inventory. I think the real question is how much of this they want to commit to with the Vayne. They'll have the package to contend with. They've got the Olaf mid game. They've got the Garen as well. I think the best option for Aphelion is to try and delay the start of these objectives as much as physically possible. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case with Garen already rotating down. Maybe cross map is the option here, and Aphelion look like they agree with that.
Yeah, it looks like Aphelion are pinging the Rift Tower. Looks like they are just going to go for the Rift Tower in the end. But I think this is the correct play for Aphelion. As you said, you don't really want to fight as Aphelion, especially when you're against the Corki package. You got a Vayne on your team as well that can't really do that much in the early game. So I think this is good. This is good for the side of Aphelion. And this Rift Tower allows you to maybe put pressure into that top lane as well, which has been a really kind of struggling matchup at the moment for a Fantasy Note. But meanwhile, it looks like it's going to be a trade in first towers. But will Aphelion be able to get the first tower of the game? But 0-2.
0-2, a lot of damage. There's a great stun on the wall there. Flash forward from Bagay. They have to kind of commit to this now, but he's popped the ultimate. Has a huge amount of healing. They've repelled this at the tower. Massive blunder here. That's it. Oh no! I just said it. And Olaf. That's, by the way, that's broken. Olaf should not be able to do that on Wild Rift. But oh my god. Disgusting damage coming out from Miracle as he slaps them with the thunder.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, Olaf definitely shouldn't be able to do that. Please, right, change that it's an AoE ability and not a single target ability. But I mean, in the end, it was Sanji that was actually tanking the tower that really could condemn in the end by Baigay as well. And 0-2 just using that shroud, using that invisibility to be able to kind of obey the members on the side of Supremacy. But in the end, Miracle bolt. It's just so fun. The flash, the E, and yeah, if you don't know, in Wild Rift is like a little AoE ability. It can do damage around as well, and you can see that that's what Miracle did in the end. It was able to deal a lot of AoE damage, and yeah, in the end, is a little bit of an advantage for Supremacy. They kind of won in the top side of the map with Just Fake, even though they lost the tower now. But a little bit of a goal lead for Just Fake. In the Dura lane, again, you're looking at Karakop again. He has another gold lead. That's 3 games in a row now. He has a goal lead down this Dura lane, even though the early game has been a little bit of a struggle for Supremacy. I feel like Karakop is the one that kind of lifts them up a little bit in the early game.
Nice bubble there. They're going to try and land the CC onto 0-2, who's been forced to use that Lulu ultimate. The Wild Growth is there. It goes in. That's the exhaust, but a really well-timed Featherstorm from Karakop. It's actually a little bit of an overextension from Miracle as we see Arrogance use that Cataclysm to buy himself some time onto Miracle. What? I mean, Note didn't have a single stack, so that's why he did no damage.
I mean, it was interesting to say the least. It looked kind of cool, to be fair. But yeah, your Twitch votes, Aphelion 64% of the votes, but we don't have enough time for votes. Fantasy Note's going in.
Fantasy Note doesn't have his ult though, so because he ulted a 0 H, he's not ulted a 0 damage onto Miracle, so kind of punished for his own mistake there.
Yep, unfortunate a little bit on the side of a Fantasy Note, and yeah, again, I feel like it's Karakop again being able to get the early game advantage, especially in lane phase. I mean, you're kind of expected to get an early game advantage against a Vayne, but it's just how they kind of shut down this Vayne, because they haven't really done a lot to shut down this Vayne at the moment. But even though Karakop does have a 1,500 gold lead at the moment on Vayne, once Vayne gets 3 or 4 items, it doesn't matter how much of a gold lead you have on Vayne. Vayne is still going to be that late game carry, and especially with Lulu as well, already has the Ardent Sensor, probably looking towards the Harmonic Echo stuff for throwing water as well, to just get more damage onto the Vayne as well. And it's going to be interesting as the shadows come out. Going to be getting a little bit of vision there. I think it's Sanji as well. Interesting enough, Karakop has decided to go for Navori Quick Blades, which we don't really see a lot as a second item. We see either like the Solari Charge Blade, or we're seeing a lot of Static Shiv as a second item, as sort of the crit item. But Navori Quick Blades, if you don't know, when you do crit, you just reduce the cooldown of your first, second, and third ability, not your ultimate. So it just allows Xayah to get a few more feathers out there.
Yeah, a few more feathers out there, maybe cycle her CC a bit more effectively.
Yeah,
which might be important versus things like Darius, Java, and also the Akali. Looks like it's a big push down towards the Dragon here, and it's going to be a cross map. I like what Aphelion are doing, understanding that this is not the time that they want to fight, and when these 2 objectives are popping at the same time, they are ensuring that they are not crossing swords with Team Supremacy just yet, not trying to force and play around the package, and also just trading as much as they can on the other side of the map. It's good stuff here from Team Supremacy. Team Aphelion, but actually look like what I'm seeing from Supremacy right now, seeing that the bot lane is being focused by 2 members, trying their best to force down that mid lane as best they can.
Yeah, they're going to use a Rift Herald up into the top lane as well. They honestly might even lose a tier 2 tower. They're going to try and look to trade it as well in the bot lane. But meanwhile, it's a 3 versus 3 mid lane. Karakot playing with fire, just stepping up. You don't want to be stepping up too far against a Darius. But yeah, the Rift Herald is going to take a tower. But meanwhile, Aphelion is going to be taking a tower. I feel like this game is just a lot of trading at the moment. Trading objectives, and it could be a team fight. Nothing too crazy just yet, but I don't think you can take the inhibitor tower at this point, especially with the extra plates that it has as well.
No, absolutely. They did get a decent amount out of this, but I'm going to be honest with you, Aphelion traded every single time on the other side of the map. Both Arrogance and 0-2 managed to pick up 2 towers, and that was the net result on the top side of the map too. 2 towers, but also use of the Rift Herald. So really good defense from Aphelion. And as you mentioned, it's a ticking time bomb with Vayne. Miracle, you would be tilting my friend Joey Skaggs out of this planet by taking red buff at 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, normally you see the red buff like to go over to the AD carries, but Miracle is like, you know what, you don't need it. I need it more than you. And I mean, the Olaf is really, really strong, to be fair. You know, got that double kill early on, has the Black Cleaver and the Death Stance completed as well. Yeah, I mean, as I was briefly mentioning, it's been a very, very even game, and Aphelion don't have that early game sort of pressure and early game dominance that they've had in the past 2 games, but I feel like that's because their comp has not allowed them to do that this game. But as you said, you know, ticking time bomb at the moment for Vayne, and when you have a Lulu by her side as well, I feel like everyone's had that soda queue disaster of when the enemy team picks Vayne and Lulu, and you're like, yeah, okay, FF, 5 minutes. Go next game. I don't want to be dealing with a late game Vayne and Lulu.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's very difficult to deal with, especially at the high level of play. And, you know, you're looking at a relatively healthy Vayne, you know, at 7,700 gold. A little bit behind Carrot Cop, but you'd expect that given the early game dominance of that lane matchup. I do like the fact that Exhaust is in. That's one thing that I think is good versus the Vayne, the Exhaust. So at least you have like a summoner spell option that can at least do a little bit to lock down the Vayne where possible.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting because we do see a bit of a jump in some of the spells with the Dura lane carries, because Barrier did get nerfed in the recent patch. So we're seeing Exhaust a lot by Carrot Cop, which I think is really good. Like you said, especially against the Vayne, against Akali as well, and against Darius, just being able to reduce the damage output of the side of Aphelion. And then we're seeing heal as well for Baigay, and then May as well taking the Exhaust instead. And the reason why you see, you know, AD carries take Exhaust and supports take heal is that the heal will work with all of your items that you get with supports. So like Self-Refrain Warsar, Harmonic Echo, Ardent Sensor. But also, if you get into a situation where your support is not really near you and you're in like a 1v1 situation, the Exhaust will just help you out a lot, especially against the Assassin meta and the sort of Bruiser meta that we're seeing a lot in competitive play.
Still tense in this final game of the series. I am. Oh, it's close. 0-2 gets the kill. He just needs to follow up now. We're looking for Fake to do his best. He bonks. Can he get away? He does. He flashes. 1-for-1 overall. That is the Akali down, everybody. Akali down.
The most important thing, though, is that Supremacy do not have a jungler up at the moment for this next dragon. It is going to be the Infernal Dragon as well, so this is big. You know, if Aphelion could get the Infernal Dragon, being able to get the extra damage as well with his Vayne Lulu, but Vayne's playing a little bit too aggressive.
There is the Exhaust come through. Wild Griffin there as well. Now the wave to try and buy some time. That's the dunk, the huge Justice dunk, but Vayne's still going. She dodges away, but she can't deal with the Corki. She gets blown up. Carrot Cop still going on the back line as well. Jarvan on minimal HP as Miracle comes way back into the fray. Is it enough to go for Baron? Is this a risky play from Team Supremacy? They have a lot of damage left alive, but Corki not yet joining, and we have 0-2 joining the fight again. We'll have that ultimate up very, very shortly. Oh, this is risky. Oh, he steals it! He steals it with the ultimate. I can't believe what I've just seen. An absolute hero play from 0-2. Goodness gracious me. And now the pings on the Infernal Drake are coming through. Arrogance is going to walk straight over to it, and they kill the Nami. Oh no, absolute bloody disaster.
I love how you said bloody in that situation. What a perfect situation. But yeah, I felt like both of us were just waiting for that moment.
I was waiting.
I I feel like that's all you really could do at the moment when Akali jumps in. But I feel like this team fight was so huge with Karakop's ultimate with the feathers, Nami tidal wave as well, and Vayne just couldn't really do that much. But somehow, some way, they somehow steal the Baron, and this game is still so close. But now with the Infernal Dragon as well over to the side of Aphelion will allow Vayne to do even more damage. You can see that Vayne does have the pressure, does have the capability in this game to be able to do a lot of damage, but needs to be careful of the crowd control over to the side of Supremacy, because they have the feathers, they have the Nami tidal wave, they have Garen that can bonk you as well. It's not crowd control, but it is a way of deleting Vayne off the map. And yes, Supremacy kind of, I felt like, had a little bit of a gold lead in this game. It had a little bit of control, even though the game was very even. But now the game is completely wide open, and 0-2 definitely the for me one of the highlight players of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Even when you got attempted condemn onto Senshio, trying to catch out Fantasy Note by himself. He's buying time to them and allow them to go for that tier 2 top lane. This game is massively swung back in favor of Aphelion right here. It really felt like Team Supremacy were the team that were going to dominate from here on out. They're going to try and get straight onto Garen, who uses that Gargoyle's enchant to try and buy some time. Forward positioning from Baigay right now, but you can see the damage has already been done, and doesn't look like Supremacy want anything to do with that fight.
I feel like it's going to be really hard now for Supremacy. Vayne has 3 items now, probably going to be going for the 4th item very soon. Akali is looking really strong as well, getting a few items. And then you have the front line of the Darius and the Jarvan as well. And now we're just going to be looking towards these next objectives, really. I think that's going to be the main focus. I feel like with the Baron gone now on the side of Aphelion, they're not going to be able to push out the waves as much as what they would like to. I felt like, was the package taken? Yeah, the package was taken, interesting enough. I would like for Sensio to maybe wait a little bit for the package, because with Baron coming up very soon as well, it's going to be, I feel like it's a little bit early for the package. I feel like he definitely could have waited a little bit for the package, but you can see Vayne now got the Proto Belt as well, interestingly enough. So trying to get enough dashes. I feel like the Proto Belt is definitely a really interesting option for a boots upgrade. You normally see like a stasis enchant or something, but I feel like when you have the feathers, when you have Olaf and Garen jumping onto you, just being able to get that extra dash for Vayne, even though she does have the tumble, can be the difference in these team fights.
Oh, we're getting into a tense situation. Baron is spawning shortly, and we have the Elder on the horizon too. You can see pings coming down. They're going to try and catch out Olaf, who gets stunned against the wall, or rather Garen, but does manage to escape. A defensive wave used in this situation, but those are resources that have now been expended that you would otherwise really want to have in your back pocket for this next fight.
Yep, Nami wave is gone down, and you can see how much Baigay is just playing really aggressive at the moment with the Lulu by his side as well. Lulu by her side, sorry. And Sensio, oh no!
He gets caught out. The flash comes across. Fantasy's trying to buy some time here. He goes for the dunk, but the stasis is not quite on. But in the meantime, the back line is still going. Vayne kiting backwards. They're desperately trying to force her down. But it is a huge win right here. A massive win for Aphelion, and they are just running through the rest of Supremacy. Surely this could be game right now, pushing straight down mid towards the Nexus.
Yeah, 40+ second death timers, and I think that's it. I think Aphelion have done it. They're able to come back into this game. And again, it's Sensio, the one that gets caught out in the end. It happened a little bit during the previous game as well. He's getting caught out in the side lane. And again, it was Sensio being caught out in the side lane. And that's going to do it. Aphelion are going to advance, and Supremacy are knocked out of the WREC.
But we all got our predictions wrong. Doesn't look like Twitch chat got their predictions wrong, though. We are a winner for Twitch chat here at the end of the day. Aphelion move on, and honestly, Supremacy, you're right. Silly mistakes kind of cost them. They didn't need to go for the Baron there. They knew that the Akali was coming back up and it was going to be risky on low HP. Sensio getting caught in the side lane. There were decisions that Supremacy could have taken. There were simple decisions that would have maybe given them a better shot, but all credit to Aphelion. They deserve that win. And especially 0-2. Especially 0-2. The man is an absolute madman. I kind of talked about it in the build-up to these games. I think 0-2 was the guy that impressed me the most across those first 2 games. And boy, he did it again on the Akali this time round. That was absolutely awesome from the man in the mid lane there for Aphelion. And massive congratulations to them. It was a very hard-fought series. A great series of Wild Rift, Stuart. And they deserve the win.
Yeah, back and forth series indeed, but I feel like overall Aphelion definitely deserved to win this game, this series. And this game was a little bit different to our previous two. We saw the early game kind of pressure and the early game dominance of Aphelion, but this game was kind of Supremacy that had a little bit of a gold lead, but they didn't really do that much with it. I feel like they were just trading. There was a lot of trading objectives, a lot of back and forth between these two teams, trading towers as well. And in the end, it was kind of the late game scaling, but, you know, 0-2 in the end. I think last game on the Diana, this game on the Akali as well, definitely one of the highlights of this series.
Yes, absolutely. It's not easy to play assassins in competitive either, especially when, you know, Akali's received several rounds of being toned down. That shouldn't be a thing, by the way. There is no way that Olaf's...
This is the play.
Yeah, this is the play. Just waits for that second execution on the Akali. Outsmites. Still, it's you know, you do a lot of damage with that, but it shouldn't really have been an outsmite. Just obviously the nerves coming in there right at the end. And that was that fight from earlier. That was the feathers were beautiful. Everything was so good here from Supremacy. These are the fights that were going really well for them, but they just weren't able to effectively close out. And this is the catch, unfortunately, on Sensio. Flash, Valkyrie can't get away any further. A little bit late on the stasis, and unfortunately, as we said earlier, when you've got a comp that relies on just running at your opponents, at this stage in the game, it's too easy for Vayne to keep herself safe.
Yeah, indeed, and it's a little bit unfortunate for the side of Supremacy, as they will be knocked out of this tournament. As you can see, the stats in the end as well. Even kill game as well, 11 kills to 11. I think this was definitely a lot closer of a game compared, well, not compared to the other two, but a lot closer in terms of the early game, definitely as well. And
I was really didn't even have good stats, but he was absolutely MVP. You know, like just.
Oh wow! I mean, 100%. I mean, the Baron still in the end was the turning factor of this entire game. The Baron still, if Supremacy got that in the end, I feel like they were the ones that could definitely have turned around. And you see the damage in the end as well, just even really across the board. It just shows how even this game was in the end. Even though Vayne didn't really do too much damage, neither did 0-2, but it was just, like you said, kind of the decision making for Supremacy that kind of allowed Aphelion to be able to just kind of steamroll a little bit when it comes to the late game team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff. And you can see it was mostly in the hands of Supremacy until that final moments where...
Wow.
But I mean, the graph is maybe a little bit misleading. The biggest gold lead there was about 3,500. So it was very close pretty much all the way through the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think even though the graph does look like it's going quite high, it's only 3,500. It just shows how much of an even game this was. And the only gold leads that Aphelion had was right in the last minutes, you know, right at the end. It was, you know, the last, minute or two in the game was the only time that Aphelion had a gold lead. And it just shows you how important that Baron still was from 0-2, just waiting for the second execution. And unfortunately for Supremacy and unfortunately for Miracle, they weren't able to smite the Baron away.
No, unfortunately not. And Aphelion do move on. Let's take a look at the play of the game. Feel like it has to be the Baron Steal. Feel like the Baron Steal is the big one here for Aphelion.
Yeah, you can definitely look at the team fight as well, just a little bit after that with the Carrot Cop and the thing. But yes, I mean, it has to be the Baron still in the end. Like, you're trying to see the smites and everything. I feel like Miracle was a little bit early actually on the smite. You know, with Olaf, sometimes you can use your smite with your third ability if you know how much damage your third ability can do, and you can kind of execute kind of the way Nunu works a little bit, where being able to eat and smite at the same time. I feel like Miracle tried to do that, but it went down to, I believe it was about 200 health, and then in the end, Zero Zone was the one that was able to dash through and steal it. So a little bit of a misplay for Miracle, and unfortunately for him, that's going to cost his team the entire series.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look at the believe the MVP of the series. I didn't quite catch whether it was MVP or interview, but we're going to have a look at the MVP, I think, of the series, which I don't think will come to any surprise who the MVP of the series is going to be, Stu.
Yeah, I feel like we all agree that it's definitely going to be Zero Zone, and throughout this entire series, insane plays. You know, the KDA doesn't really do it justice, to be fair. You know, even in the previous game, he didn't really have the best of KDAs. The amount of solo kill outplays he got in the second game, this Baron still in the end as well, he was the difference in this series, and he definitely deserves to be MVP.
Absolutely deserves to be MVP. In all honesty, what an amazing day of games that we've had for the Wild Rift European Championship. This second series was definitely something that you're going to want to go back and watch again. It was super awesome. I think every step of the way, those teams were fighting for the win. It's been pretty good. I think we should have an interview ready. I will just confirm with my... Oh yeah, we do have an interview ready, so I'm just being told that we are ready to get over to that interview with Hells. So we're going to chuck it over to him for a winner's interview. Oh, no, we don't. I didn't quite catch it. I thought that we had the interview ready, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Shall we take a look at the bracket so we can have a look at what's coming up over the next couple of days? Because of course we've still got some more Wild Rift action to go this weekend, and we have it now. So we're going to take a look. Oh wait, I think we got the interview ready just about now. So I think I've been told by our producer that we are ready to go on that. So fingers crossed we can get over to Hells for our winners interview. Yeah, we can go now. Cool.
All right, finally on to the interview. Hey man, what an amazing series. That's the first thing that I want to say. What an absolutely amazing series. And you took the last game.
Thanks, man.
First game you lost,
Thanks, man.
but you took the last two. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel absolutely amazing. The team has been preparing for quite a while for this, and I'm really happy they were able to execute it when it was most needed. The team, the players have done a really, really great job coming into this tournament, and our coach Asma has helped us quite a lot to improve from where we were initially. And I'm really happy to see them having improved so much, and we're looking forward to doing better in the coming days. We'll be facing Team Queso or Game Lord in the next series, so yeah, it's going to be a tough match for us there, but I'm hoping for the best.
Like talking about these higher up teams, how do you feel matching up against them? Because obviously Aphelion, playing pretty well, and you guys just won against Supremacy, and I feel like there's a lot of potential in this team, especially seeing the players. 0-2, Arrogance doing such a good job. What do you think about it? How do you feel playing up against those teams?
Yeah, I feel they've done a really great job, and yeah, of course, Game Lord, Team Case are really good teams in Europe, and they're gonna give us a tough fight, but we're gonna be ready for it. We're gonna have our own strategies coming up against them. So yeah, just hoping to do the best and execute it on the gate.
Yeah, I'm not going to be asking you about those strategies. You're going to be keeping those secrets for those games. So thank you so much for the interview. I'm really looking forward to see what Aphelion has to offer to these teams. And thank you so much for joining me on this interview. No problem. All right, back to the casters. Xcander and Stuart.
I think Hells will be joining us soon as well to wind down the rest of the day. But that was really nice to hear from Aphelion there, and congratulations again to the team on the win. Massively deserved, and they'll be waiting for their next opponent in the next round, which, speaking of, I believe we can take a look at the bracket and see where we're going to be, because of course the winners bracket, both Aphelion and Weigers will have to face one of these teams, which is honestly looks pretty scary from the outset here, Stu. But of course, and looking at the bottom side, we have Weigers and Aphelion who have made their way through. Tomorrow we will have Blows Gaming and Entropic, and we'll have Mood versus Control. Two more close series to round out our sort of first round of the losers bracket, Stu.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I kind of feel for the loser bracket teams, because if you look at the upper bracket, you can see how many strong teams there are as well. And as you can see as well, looking at the schedule, you got Blues Gaming and Tropic, Mood Gaming and Control, and then you have Sunday as well. You can't forget about Sunday, big lead up to that last game between Game Lord and Team Queso.
Yeah, we've got some bangers on Sunday in the upper bracket, of course. Zero Zone versus Viv and Game Lord versus Queso, which I think is the matchup that everyone is really looking forward to towards the end of the weekend. But of course, that is about it for the day. I've got Hells back on the proverbial analyst desk, and Hells, how did you think about that last series? Really exciting stuff. Aphelion, I think, deserved the win, right?
I'm gonna be real honest with you. While you guys were casting, I was eating my popcorn watching that amazing series. It was such a good series to watch, and honestly, Aphelion deserved to win, right? Like, after we were talking about Supremacy being better, blah blah blah, we saw the performance, and Aphelion just did so well. So I'm incredibly happy after the series, and I'm very excited to see what they have to offer against some of the other teams.
You got any closing thoughts before we round out for tomorrow?
we finally got our first 3-game series. That's all I can really say, to be honest. I'm really excited to see what tomorrow's games are going to bring as well. Really, really close games, but we'll have to wait for tomorrow for that one. But yeah, really excited.
I'm really, really excited as well. I won't be on it, but I'll be there cheering from the sidelines, and I'll see you guys on Sunday myself. But make sure you tune in tomorrow for the conclusion of our first round of the lower bracket to see which teams will be advancing through in the Wild Rift European Cup. We'll see you soon.
Let's